Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, citizens of the universe, agents of peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 19th, 2023. I'm delighted to be your host. I'm Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork and many different knowledge seekers from around the world, the ones we can see. And we probably have some people observing here as well from the universal community, which we know are from the same creator as we are and a part of our larger family. And this is one of the missions of Mr. Keshe, is to hear the call of planets that are ready to get out of their backwards ways and start joining with the larger family. Right now, this has been his project, I guess, for thousands of years. He said he's been walking on this planet. He leaves one city as an old man and appears as a child in another city. So we're learning how to gain an aspect of eternal life, and it's this transmutation. Of course, Christ showed us this on the cross, where he actually walked off the cross in a way and created a new self, or transmuted into another being. But this is the way you gain access to eternal life. I think throughout the universe, or here, you can continue this transmutation process. We all thought Christ, at least the Christians, died for us, but that was changed. What he was showing us is that we can save ourselves, that we're the last man standing, and that we're our own Mekti, or our own savior. We're also learning in the Keshe Foundation how we can feed ourselves, how we can be our own doctor, we can be our own farmer, and we can be our own space traveler as well. And you can operate in the dimension of energy, or you can operate through the transmutation process. And for those who aren't interested in any of that, I think the nations around the world will be building the UFO. It's all been spelled out by Mr. Keshe. It's just, and in the patents as well. It's just that most cannot unravel it. Even the Chinese were asking Mr. Keshe if they could have the combination for the fuel. So it's not as easy. I'm sure they had teams of scientists working on it. We just saw the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, which has been improved and improved and improved and improved. He said if the original one was 1,000, this is probably 10,000, the new one that's coming out. And he mentioned this in the most recent Knowledge Seekers workshop. He said there'll be a new generation of the body enhancement spaceship unit, and apparently it will have more features or more capability. It may be smaller, it may be something else, but a lot of this knowledge is being transferred to China. I think in the what's going on, and this is probably one of the bigger moves for the Keshe Foundation, is to start feeding 1.4 billion people without any food on the plate. And again, this could be beyond your imagination, but we know how our feeding works, and we know the capabilities of the systems, and some of us are just starting to experience a little bit of that in the what we call dining with the Creator, where we can learn to feed ourselves. Because when you go into the universe, there's no eating or killing other entities, and this has been the habit of the man for quite a long time, as far as I can remember. But interestingly enough, we absorb 80% of our energy from the universe. It's only the 20% that we're short that causes us this condition of killing and eating other entities. So we're very thankful and humble being in and around the Keshe Foundation. We're actually very privileged to be here. Mr. Keshe indicated that the reason you're here is that someone in your past lineage has done something good, and you picked up that flower and you're carrying it forward. So there's a reason you were here at this point in time. Many of us think our physicality brought us here, but now we know more, and actually the soul is leading the physicality, even though we would think it's just the opposite because we're so physical. But we're learning to operate in both dimensions. in the physicality or the matter state, as well as the dimension of energy. Now, Mr. Keshe is saying we'll operate in sort of one as one, both the physicality and the energy dimension will be basically transparent. As with the new child of Mitra, where they'll operate and transit between both dimensions. They'll appear in the physicality, but they won't be connected to it. And if you've just come into the Keshe Foundation and haven't read some of the books of Mr. Keshe or heard some of the knowledge seekers, much of this may sound strange, but we're gaining much more knowledge every week, it seems, as we're going along. And much of it is not completely understood, and I think this is why Mr. Keshe had to come out with the systems himself and develop them and teach them to the team in Linz that man would be able to make these systems. So there's a lot of excitement going around the foundation and more to come. I know the doctors are doing fantastic work with shall we call it psychogenetic or genetic problems, cancer patients they're looking for. So there's a lot going on that end, as well as the understanding of feeding. Agriculture, I think he said that they'd be showing 3 to 10 times, and that's all been documented in China. I don't know about the 10 times, but it's at least 3 to 5 or 6 times the amount of agriculture that's been produced using this technology. But now they're moving into a different technology. Same with the agriculture, but using field interaction rather than spreading gases. So many, many things. Of course, if we go to the Keshe Foundation store, I think, and we'll come back to this later, there's many products being offered. There's actually an Easter bundle, which you can take a look at. I think Rick will read this, but here is the Cosmic Ray Communication Bundle, which comes with a tabletop unit, which you'll be connecting to Linz and then to the headphones and to the tabletop unit and then to the universe. And we're talking in the dimension of energy here, and perhaps going into the transmutation later on. Again, this is advanced space technology, and the offer is exchange for peace to the nations. And talking about peace and the peace treaty, this is what we call the World Peace Treaty. This is the document that the world leaders will sign to pledge their nations to peace. We normally try to get on the same page with our understanding as we read this peace treaty, that we all start out collectively in a peaceful, balanced situation. But this is something you can sign with a pen, or you can sign it with the pen in your soul. We know we won't find anything written in the universe, but this is just adding to the collective field strength, and we know together we're stronger. And as we continue to spread the fields of our soul, I think this will have a major impact. Although, as Mr. Keshe said, elevation of the world leaders is not a day job. It's a long haul job, and we'll hear a part that I'll play later. And I think the Brazilian team will actually be tasked with continuing this elevation of the souls of the world leaders, the religious leaders, perhaps some industrialists and others. But he said, I think the Brazilian team, who's been working with the 5+1 peace negotiators, which Mr. Keshe said is basically done, and there's some prisoner exchanges coming this week, that they have quite a bit of energy in their group, and they need to focus it on the next step. And I think it'll be given over to the Brazilian team to carry this forward, as they're meeting once a week for the elevation of the world leaders on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET, and then daily intentions at 1 a.m. CET time for a daily meeting. But they've really have shown the rest of us the path I think that Mr. Keshe or the foundation would like us to start working in. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Okay. I will read it, but this is the exact document that, and I asked Mr. Keshe that, he said, yes, this is the document that they will sign to pledge their nation to peace. And now it's, I think President Xi will be spending the next week with President Putin. And as Mr. Keshe said, I think the warmongers have finally, perhaps, even though we'll see a few skirmishes, he said, have finally relented that this is the path we're going to move on. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're signing for your nation, your territory, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, your date, position held, and then again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the religion, the council, the city, the town, or an individual. Have it witnessed. Again, same procedure. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know in the Keshe Foundation, there's an introduction of a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. We've heard many, many new words that we haven't heard before. But the ethos, I think, is the most important point, and that's just a collective agreement of how we're to behave and act, which comes in space or here in the plasma world. The stronger feeds the weaker, as opposed to the stronger kills or take from the weaker. So this is a different ethos, and this is what we're learning. The man has always been a taker, and now we're learning to give, and that was part of dining with the Creator. I think when we took from the table, we actually absorbed less, but when we gave to the table, in that giving, we received more, so we could then give more. So it's sort of a different understanding, much different understanding than the matter state as we've all been used to, but we're moving into this understanding both dimensions of the energy, where the universe is or the Creator is, and the dimension of physicality or mitra, and our behavior towards it. So feel free to, you'll find this at the Keshe Foundation, and this is a PDF. You can pass it around to others. And again, a very simple document, and it's the additional field strength that'll, I think, will bring this tipping point. When we get to a collective awareness, all of us, by giving, will create this position of change, no other thing, as I understand it. And again, it's just what I say today is just my understanding of what I think I understand. And all of this knowledge is for you to take it and apply it to yourself or apply it to your own understanding. We don't drag anybody around or tell them this is what they need to understand. As he said, when we go into space, you'll find out that someone else's food may not be your food. So we respect that and respect the other entities that we're going to be meeting. Some may appear as us or similar to us, and some may be shapes and forms we've never even heard of, but they're from the same Creator as we are. So we have a lot to learn. The knowledge is vast, and but Mr. Keshe is taking us slowly, step by step, and elevating our souls and our souls of physicality as well. Does anyone have anything that they wanted to bring up? I know, as I said, we just concluded a meeting with dining with the Creator, let's say, and it was very interesting, again, how certain people are achieving certain amount of things, perhaps losing a few pounds. That's not the most important part, that will stabilize. But learning to absorb fields the way the creator does. He doesn't eat at Burger King, and he said, I made the man in the image of myself, and the ethos of the universe is there's no killing. So if you're going to go out into the universe, you're going to need to change up your style of behavior. And also when you come back here. And of course, it's much healthier for you, and you're not releasing souls before they're ready to be released. And that's what we do much of the time when we consume other entities to maintain the energy of ourselves. And we're only 20% short, so it's not a big go, I don't think. One of the keys, he said, was the understanding the salinity, or creating a certain salinity in the saliva. Many of us who were in there on Sunday, I think it was the 19th of February, where many people experienced unusual salivating in the mouth. And Mr. Keshe confirmed to us today that that confirmed to the foundation that whether you're in a desert, whether you're in space, or whether you're in a disaster zone, they can provide you with water. And actually, you're generating it yourself in so many ways. Many people found that quite unusual, but now we see one of the reasons why. And changing the salinity in the saliva through your emotions can allow you to absorb different types of energies. So we're trying to feed similar to the way the creator feeds. As I said, he doesn't go to the grinder or hero shop and order a sandwich. He absorbs all natural, pure fields, and this is what we're learning to do. Slowly, step by step, but we're going to, as we know, we can't take all the food or medicine into space on long excursions. That's probably with the UFO or something along that line, because many of us are learning that we can actually move with the soul, or the energy, encompass the soul of physicality within it, and then transmute when we get to the position or place that we feel comfortable with, or we'd like to experience. Again, the next upcoming event is elevation of the world leaders, even though Mr. Keshe said they've already been elevated. This is coming up on the 24th, and Diane's trying to get all her equipment ready, headphones tested, and other Zooms installed on the new phone. But this is going to be a long-haul job, as Mr. Keshe said. It's not going to happen, but he indicated that they're going to bring some of the world leaders, and some will actually be in the session, as I understand it, and some ambassadors. But they're going to bring the soul of certain world leaders in on a soul level. And they're going to experience it as a dream. And it's a job of the Universal Council to, and whoever's at the meeting, to basically elevate them, because they're so greedy they can take so much, but just to share with them what we expect from them, or what we would like to see from them. We don't want to be killed, and we don't want to be imprisoned. And as we start understanding this knowledge more, we really don't need leaders in a way, because we can lead ourselves in correct behavior. But that may be down the road a bit, as this is all a process that's going to take some time. But this is a first step, and it will continue on indefinitely until we see the change. The next will be the addiction awareness. Now, most people think of drugs or gambling or sex, but there's many, many different addictions that we all can be susceptible to. Even abusing others. If you have a mean boss and he's always belittling the workers, and this is a form of addiction where they're, and I think Alex goes into this loosh harvesting in a way. So there's many addictions, from gambling to everything else you can think of. And I think we're addicted to eating and killing. And we're trying to walk away from that more and more. That's been our habit for our whole lives. Every day, 2 or 3 times a day, we enter into it. Now, as I said in the past, I don't do much of the killing, but I do a lot of the eating. And even though you haven't made the bullet for war, if you've used that bullet, if you've made that bullet, you're still connected to that war and to that killing. So this is one of the reasons we want to eventually walk away from it. And you can sign up for this on the foundation. It's $250 and it's a $50 value added tax. So it comes to €300. And just set up your account at the store. And as Rick was saying in part of this bundle here is what they're calling the Easter bundle. So you can see a number of different products, again, made by the foundation, European certified. You come with a discount. So these are professionally made. They're certified, and they're delivered by the Keshe Foundation and made by the, and there's at least 150 or more, maybe 200 different products within the Keshe Foundation store that you can experiment with anywhere from a sweet cup, which is used in the sugar condition, or even a plant container that you can reduce the watering and see how the plant survives in something that has GANs embedded into the ceramic. I think the sweet cup has that as well. But many, many products, from a paint pen to a paint pad to knee GANs, which Mr. Keshe said he made. I'm thinking about this one as well. I know he was joking with Rick about the thigh bone connected to the hip bone, connected to this bone and that bone. But when you think this is actually a replicating process that he's using with the knee GANs, meaning it can rebuild cartilage, it can rebuild ligaments and rebuild tendons. And if you think about all the different joints you have, from your toes to your ankle, to your knees, to your hip, to your shoulders, elbow, wrist, fingers, there's many joint connections that I think this can be applied on, let's say. So this is a product made exclusively by Mr. Keshe. He said no one else could make it. And I think if you run into any problems with the knees, with the hips, the ankles, and so on, this can be used. I haven't done it. It's a test product. And again, they're looking for feedback from those who order this. So consider this a sort of testing, but Mr. Keshe said it's an amazing, amazing product. So these are the 5 bundles that are being offered, and probably the next time you'll see a discounted product in the store will be around Christmas. So if you're thinking of starting to test or would like some relief in any one of these areas, this is available to you. And this is what's being offered. Of course, we saw the universal enhancement body system, which was in the workshop I played. It was offered for 500,000. I think the price now is 10 million. And as Mr. Keshe said, they're not going to be building the wellness centers. We need one center in Linz to connect to. But eventually, I think some centers will, perhaps in Arizona, perhaps in Uruguay. I know there's a development going on there, Canada, and so on. But he seemed to indicate we only need one system to connect to. And that's where these headphones and so on are going to be instrumental in doing this. And this is the headphone package. And then, of course, what's going to happen is this headphone package is going to connect with this program here, which is being offered for wellness, for feeding, for energy in your home, for transmutation, for zero-time communication, leisure and sports. So everything has been pretty nicely laid out. This would work, I believe, in conjunction with the head unit tabletop program. I can see a reduction in food costs already. I'm probably down to 1.5 meals per day. I've went to the intermittent feeding or the intermittent fasting, let's say. I'm just consuming food between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. at night. Although I'm still having coffee and tea, but the food has been reduced. So I always wondered how you could eat without or feed without eating. And I said, show me. And now I'm actually experiencing a small part of that. So we're all moving in the right direction. Many people have. And as we saw, I think there were a number of people who gave positive results, more or less, in all the different questions that were asked. They noticed a reduction in food. I think they're feeling better. A number of people have more energy, and we're just seeing something that we didn't think was really possible. I know the last time I went without food was in a Christian setting years and years, decades ago, but it was quite a struggle to do that. And as we know, most of the trouble we get in is from what we put in our mouth, what we have to convert. And that's not the only thing. As I said, you're taking another entity to sustain your own, or you're releasing that soul to take that energy package and sustain yourself. And this is not the ethos of the universe. And one of the reasons man has not been allowed in the universe, because we will carry on this eating and killing, as we've seen with the soul that created this planet. And there was a wrong streak in that soul, and this is the result. Came to create and left its creation short. And that applies to the animals, the fish, man, the plants, and everything else. So you can go to the store, as most know, or here. Okay, I thought we'd go. Would anyone like to add anything at this point? I thought we'd go and just hear a few selected clips. But feel free to jump in. This is a round table. And many of you have a number of different experiences, and you could share them if you'd like, or any sort of question you have. And many think let's just see if we can, let's see. Okay, we'll start here. This is where Rick came in and gave us a little explanation of the Christmas bundles, and then we'll hear Mr. Keshe go into something else here. I think it starts off with the domestic abuse, which he covered. I wasn't even aware that Korea has such abuse going on in their society, but this is half of our population on this planet as far as men and women go. Maybe they're a little bit more because they have to continue the creation process, but this domestic abuse, he said, should not be happening. And it's not only physical, it's obviously you can do the same with your words and so on and so forth. But let's just go through this with Rick for a moment, and we'll pull up about 3 or 4 other little clips, and then we'll do our Dome of Peace and go to Alex. But please feel free to ask me to stop it at any time in any of the clips, make a comment, or ask a question.
Just highlight before we get to Mr. Keshe here, I'd like to just highlight the, or if he'd like to join in, highlight the Easter bundle, which has been mentioned by Mr. Keshe earlier in today's program. And this is the 2023 Easter bundle from the Keshe Foundation store. And we have a number of bundles available, 5 in total. And these are combinations of a pain pad and pain pen, or the GANs gel packs, and knee GANs with pain pen, etc. And you can see the different bundles that are available, and I'll make that link available in our chat here as well. And people can have a look at that and see if it's appropriate for either their own Easter or perhaps a gift for someone in your, some loved one in your life.
Okay, I'm going to back it up for a small clip here, or go forward actually. Let's see if we can go to 2:30 here. Now, you wonder why we have to pay for certain things. This is the way the man operates. The foundation is operating in the same way. We're paying for all the research that the Keshe Foundation does, so that it can then take that, turn it around, and do even more research and reach more people. So let's see if we can just start here. 5-minute clip.
Or do you teach the soul that the cancer is created by its not balance of the energies of physicality? If you have any kind of diseases, go through the Keshe Foundation website, because all these conditions you're talking about is something for them to learn. Because then it will become available to the man in the universe, in the space.
Now, here he was talking about cancers and other things. Apparently, the doctors are doing a phenomenal job. They're actually looking for people to come in. And again, this is Keshe Foundation/doctors, perhaps. I'm not sure. I think Mr. Keshe mentions it here. But now let's go into this other idea.
They're looking for all sorts of conditions. Go through the normal channel where we have your health at Keshe.foundation or info at Keshe.foundation, and through doctors of the Keshe Foundation, they'll get in touch with you and try to understand. Some of your knowledge seekers have brought a big question mark to us and say, you ask us to come and then you want us to pay. You want us to massage the figures and the technology like the others do, because the others pay for it, we have to give them what they need? Or do you pay for it, that it can be done the correct way, we learn from it, that everybody gets the direct data? In this process, we're all researchers and we pay for our research. It's not just because it's a foundation you ask and I don't have to. And this is part of the process. As I explained very recently to one of the knowledge seekers, they brought the vaccination, and because they were paid, they massaged it. The biggest crime to humanity was done in past 3 years by those who paid for those to confirm cheated documents and figures. This will not happen in Keshe Foundation. We don't have to report to no one, and we don't have to massage nothing. And you pay for all our researchers. Your work, buying products, paying for research, paying for others to help with research, is all part of the same system. Any other question?
So the ones that can afford to pay, pay. Eventually, this will be free to everyone, but at this time, the way the man works and the way the structure is, there's much overhead. But it's all put back into the foundation so that they could give more, develop more, to share more. So just to let you know, this is why we all pay, the ones that can or have the ability to do that. So, and again, if we knew the final outcome, you'd probably pay 3 times as much of what you're paying now. But again, that's up to you and your circumstances. Okay, we'll just skip ahead a little bit here, and we'll go to hear about these new units that are coming out. It's not a new unit, it's sort of another generation, I think he said, of these universal body enhancement spaceship programs, but it's probably technology put into some of the systems or the link system that's being offered. There's so much going on in the background. As he said, what we show you in public is the dinosaur side of the technology. Many times he talked about GANs as being put on the fields as being obsolete, and a number of things have, in a way, become obsolete. They've done many, many advances in the background.
Pain is always a problem of uncertainty. I've been there, but I'm not there. A huge amount of research is going in the background. In the next, maybe a couple of weeks, next few weeks, you will see totally a new generation of enhancement units, never seen in public, never seen at all, never been created. And these are as close as we get to production or replication of the fields of the universe with the present knowledge of the mind, till we move from the matter state into the field state. Because we came from one, we went to the other, and we're going back to the one we came from originally, but in different dimensions, because you have to be understood. The fields and the interaction of the fields were not understood fully by our team. Now, most probably has impartially. We had to go into rays to understand it, to come back into the fields to understand the plasma. And when the new plasma systems comes into operation, we are ready to transmute you. And transmutation becomes extremely easy for us. We should be ready in next 2, 3, 4 weeks, because the production has started. And is controlled by you and your thoughts, done by us. And it follows into the head units and power generation units the same. The new spherical power generator units are an amazing things once you see them. We move the technology to a much different ball game than up to that. And the first basis of transmutation to thoughts, the first backup system, the basis of it, has arrived from our factory in Iran, in our hand in it. And you will see it when the new generation of the what we call the head units and the power unit comes into operation. There's a different world and different ways to eat, different ways to communicate, and they're just about to come into production in the second quarter. You understand the interaction, the fear of coming to LINS will go away because you're in LINS before you have the fear. Those of you who bought the plasma compact units with the head units will experience a new dimension in life once you receive them. And once you understand what the position is in respect to your soul, nothing else. Your soul will think good, will act good, and will deliver the good things. And you will see the line of communication will change. A lot of you will communicate totally in a different way when you receive the head units with the power generation. Because the power is generated in the dimension of the plasma, not in the dimension of the electric power. And your brain, your soul is made of a plasma, so it's of the same. That's why the change will come that way. In the upcoming meeting with the world leaders, for the first time, these head units will be used in a very specific way. Then you will understand. Any other question?
Again, he said these head units, which I don't know if anyone has received them, they're going to be used in a very special way in interaction with the world leaders. So maybe we won't physically have them, but plasmatically we'll be able to use them for the meeting. This is what I am thinking. Anyone have any thoughts about that? Or has anyone received a head unit? He said, we're going to be using these in a very special way in dining with the world leaders. I guess we'll have to see how that sort of plays out. Now, we'll just go back. Mr. Keshe was asked a question about whether we're collaborating with other manufacturers or anything that the people in the industrial community could get involved with the Keshe Foundation, and here is his answer.
Chat here as well, and people can have a look at that and see if it's appropriate for either their own Easter or perhaps a gift for someone in your some loved one in your life. Okay, just wanted to mention that. We can go back to our regular programming now and carry on with the 477th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. Mr. Keshe, are you open for questions, or do you have?
And again, all these workshops are just filled with knowledge, and it's all of our obligations to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, and not for anyone else. And this is part of what we're learning to understand. And then, of course, share what you think you understand about this knowledge. But it's not for me. If you're interested in feeding off the fields, I shouldn't be telling you you need to generate power or you need to do something else. So this is where you are, and this is the area that you'd like to concentrate on. So again, let the flower bloom.
Other discussion you would like to do?
No, we are
Before that.
open to share knowledge. Somebody asked in the background a question to explain more about the Korea. In Korea, according to the National Statistics United.
Okay, this is part of the abuse, I think, that he's going into. Maybe it's the next question that comes up. But again, we need to walk away from this physical abuse of others, whether it's animals or people, vertical people, horizontal people, or anyone. We have to respect all life, even life that we don't think has intelligence in it. It's in its right position in the universe or in a field somewhere, and we respect it, even though we may think it doesn't have any intelligence or any emotion. That field, that energy is in that position because that's what the universe has decided the place for it to be. So again, there's a lot of understanding to understand going forward.
Officially announced, not, and they say only 50% of what we call domestic violence is reported. Every day, one individual is killed in Korea through domestic violence, the highest rate in the world. In South Korea, official statistics about 1.5, 1.8 a day between each murder, but unofficially it's about more than one a day. And then we consider such a civilization very civilized people. Domestic violence is considered as a family affair and not to go outside the frame of door of the house. So they beat each other out, they make up, and they made up when they come out of the house. And they see the most beautiful women around the world as Koreans, because it's all covering up the violence underneath. This should not be the habit of man. And it's not just Koreans. Physical abuse of women has been the habit of the man. When you lead to physical violence, it means you have already lost. You lose the humanity and you lose the soul. And if we allow this to happen in a space, then become home in the village of the man to carry out the violence. And when we go out, we are as good makeup artists and makeup producers as other Koreans. If you're in the world of fashion, you know the best makeups and the best of any kind of makeups comes from South Korea. People don't understand. Now you know why. Because you have to cover the best violence. And this should not become the habit of the man in space. Man has to be uprooted at home, in his base, where he comes from. Goes back to the ethos of Nitra. Do good, act good, think good. So all is in the correct way. And as you say, in Christianity, the three gifts from Persia, which was brought to Christ. There wasn't three kings. It's the three kings of the life in the universe by conduct. Any other question?
So again, the three gifts, or what was told to us about the three wise men bearing gifts to the Christ child, we were told they were incense or precious oils or other sort of things. The three gifts were thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. And apparently Christianity has missed it. but Mr. Keshe opened our eyes to this several months ago, or maybe sometime last year, about these gifts. We can continue here. Maybe this is the next question about collaboration with other industrial.
Okay, yes, let's see here. We had a question from Mathiri Chan in the webinar chat here. Says, hi, Mr. Keshe, will the foundation be interested in collaboration with tech companies?
We are interested to collaborate with any companies. The problem you'll understand, and this is one of the things now we are discussing on national level. So I'm traveling next few hours for another dimension of this with major organizations. We have a habit of we only respect if we are caught, and if we can keep it in dilemma, we abuse it, what we call patents. As we have opened our patents, when we sit and share knowledge and technology with companies and governments and nations, they ask you, where is your patent? And we tell them, we have opened our patent knowledge, so we don't need to negotiate with you. Your knowledge is ours. Why should we? And then they take our knowledge and they try to patent it to benefit by it. This is one of the biggest problems with the commercial organizations. And in my negotiations with 2 or 3 governments, we are changing this mentality. What we are talking to them is that we give you the knowledge. Maybe 1,000 people, maybe a percentage of your nation will use our technology because we're going to teach it on the screen, on television, radios, whatever. We want the respect that the knowledge is ours, and commercial benefits of it goes to the foundation that we can spend on the others. The word patent should not exist. God never patented the sun, never patented the amino acid. So it's coming to the point of respecting the knowledge, and technologies which do that always benefit. We have this one now with one of the major car manufacturers and the organization, Moscow. A lot of technology of the Keshe Foundation is copied by them and is coming out of their system as part of theirs. But in fact, the American government.
Now, I think he referred to Musk Fox. Musk Fox. So you know what company he's referring to.
Put Musk on the track to see what they can copy from the Keshe Foundation. If you go into the car industry and others, it's all replication of the Keshe Foundation technologies. Don't forget, when Musk went with the Americans to Moscow the first time, and the Chinese, some 20 years ago, nobody accepted him. He openly steals technology, but he has the backing of a government who's used to stealing. We still talk to them because there are technologies which they can't even dream. They're just like Japanese, what's called Chinese and Japan, just copy. We work with the industries. At the moment, we are talking, knowledge seekers in the background now, we are introducing technologies to some governments in different aspects. And without signing patents, we ask for a national growth income. What's the GDP? What is going to be the effect of this technology on your GDP? What percentage of GDP is transferable to Keshe Foundation of that country to be spent on the nation? We talking to industries, we are open, of course. It's our obligation to share the knowledge. But it's not our stupidity or weakness. It's us setting out the seed for the new generation that intellect has to be respected, not registering it and then stealing it. You know the story of the Viper? The guy who invented a new type of Vipers, till Mitsubishi came out with a new type of Vipers some years ago, over 25 years ago when he came up with it. He put a patent, he was refused. All the car manufacturers around the world used his patent till it ran out of time and date. And for 20 years, he fought in every court to confirm this is my patent. He wasted all his life. And all of us enjoyed not crashing our cars. We never understood his suffering. And this is what it has to go. A national data for who delivers what, and then respecting it. We do it with our artists. If you live in Europe, you pay, doesn't matter, you have a television or radio at home, you pay a fee for the media as a part of annual payment. And then from that, they pay to the registered artist, depends how much their music was paid off. We respect our musician, but we don't respect our scientists. We have a problem in the Keshe Foundation. We do a lot of tunes, different knowledge seekers from the beginning, 10 years ago, they have no problem with our tunes being in our teachings. But if we go public, those people who use the tunes of, they didn't know they have to use a registered music, we'll get all of them on top of us. You use this music for 10 seconds in such and such a teaching. We want to be paid. What happened with all the teaching the past 10 years we put in public? Who's paying us? For the Chinese going to space, or Musk to create a condition, new nanomaterials for the chargeable batteries, and everything else. We are not blind, and we are not a fool, but we know we are setting the trend as a major basic change in the technology will bring that position too. Musk cannot patent anything which is connected through the structure of the nanotechnology because it's an open patent. How does it matter how you twitch it? But we still work with them, we still go to them, this is what it is. You will see major changes coming out of China through Keshe Foundation technology in the next 2 or 3 months. They respect us. They respect the technology we bring in. In my trip into China in the next few weeks, the most evolutionary technologies will be handed to the Chinese government. Man cannot even dream these things can exist. Even our own scientists who are creating don't understand what's behind it. The gun policy of the United States to create arms to keep peace has changed to create science with it to bring peace. The ethos of the Keshe Foundation, technology in exchange for peace, and resonates with the work of the Presidency of China and the new CPC leadership. And usually people who think and work the same, they work together. We've seen how by division between the Arabs and Israelis and different sects of Islam and Christianity, West has kept the wars going. And we see in past few months, the new leadership in China using its power of economy and technology has brought Saudi Arabia and Iran on the table of peace. Power to create peace. And with it, we'll see the new changes around Middle East. The Americans have lost base. We see the new cycle of peace going on, all backed by the nation who can support peace, development, bringing Chinese companies into operation in other places of the world, doesn't matter on a Silk Road map or anything else. This is why we move in that base. We don't need patent with the Chinese. They accept the respect for the new technology, and we work through that through our people in China the same. The enhancement units you see, the first series of it was manufactured in Austria and tested in China. Our knowledge seekers in the background can tell you. We learned from it and they respected it. And we saw the pitfalls, what is right, what is wrong, and it's there. Even though some part of the technology and knowledge was abused by some of the medical people in China. I learned this when I was in China 3-4 years ago. One of the knowledge seekers who was very close to Keshe Foundation was working with a group of people in the background who he could translate the teaching of the Keshe Foundation to them. And they changed the name of the plasma technology to quantum. And the Chinese government went after them because they knew they were stealing. And as far as I know, he was arrested at a traffic light somewhere in China 2 or 3 years ago. Because they know where the technology comes from and they respect it, they keep it the same way. So we are open to discuss, to sit, to bring anything on the table which brings a better life for the others. Doesn't matter what industry. Any other question?
So any industrialists, any people manufacturing products, contact the Keshe Foundation and see if there could be a development and advancement for your product. I know Mr. Keshe said this technology, there'll be probably hundreds of thousands of new products or amalgamation of the technology into existing products. So any business owners, CEOs, or anything that wants to be involved in this cutting edge technology, I would ask you to contact the Keshe Foundation and see if you can join us in this world peace project in a way. And that's only the first, that's only another step in getting out into space. We have to bring this planet into a peaceful condition, more or less, before those who want to go into space can actually go into space and learn how to operate and not kick the other kids or steal their lunch or anything else. So this is where we're heading, and it's open to all industrial settings to contact the foundation and be part of the advanced technology. Electronics with the nano coating and so on, as Mr. Keshe said, with the battery technology, it has far-reaching ramifications once they understand it, but they haven't fully understood it, and this is the sort of transition period I think we're going into now. Any thoughts or any questions anyone would like to raise? I think we'll go to one more part here, and again, this is sort of a teaching for all of us, but it specifically talks about Muhammad bless his name and about the statues and the other things that were created, and it's just a very good teaching, I think, short, but for all of us. So let me just move into this spot here, and we'll play it. He talked about staying in a hotel, and every knowledge seeker that there is wanted to sleep in the same suite that Mr. Keshe. And the hotel owner said this is the most favorite room to reserve or suite to reserve, but Mr. Keshe had a different understanding of it.
I don't know if it's still going on, but
We'll start it a little early.
For your invitation, I know that's always open. And the next time that I have the opportunity everywhere and understand the environment of the place, so it's easier for me to get in contact when we are in this experience, although I didn't came in.
In a small. I don't know if it's still going on, but we stayed for about 3 weeks in a small hotel in a suite in Italy before we moved into a permanent residence. And we had a few conferences in that hotel afterwards while we were in Italy. The management of the hotel told us one day that, Mr. Keshe, we don't know why, but a lot of people are booking the room you stayed. They ask only the room. They're coming to a hotel for one night or whatever, and they want to stay in that room only. And I said, what do you mean? He said, these are the people, your knowledge seekers, who they want to sleep in the same bed as you, sir, to feel the energy. We have not created a cult. And the guy said, we have more booking for that room than anything else. We got to understand that we have to understand the essence, the fields of it. And I respect that in the teaching of Muhammad, blessed his name. In the West, you don't understand. I spoke about this before. When there had to become a consensus between those who brought Christianity to Italy through the Roman soldiers who went to Palestine, and some witnessed the putting of the Christ on the cross. And the ones of the leaders of Italy, the emperor, who went to Iran and became the fathers of Mitra to find their Asian without the statue. And when the two came together, the Romans could not tell the citizens of Italy that now we worship something in the sky the way the emperors are do in the name of Mitra. So they made another statue, call it the cross and the Christ. So in a way they moved from these big statues in different locations at temples, that you could carry now the cross on you, with a cross on it, with a Christ on it. So they changed one statue with another. Muhammad saw this. And for it not to be repeated, he forbid the Muslims to ever draw his face, that he doesn't become another statue on the cross. This is why in the Western world, you hear they put all sorts of death sentences by the Islamic leaders on those who drew the picture of Muhammad. That was a logical Muhammad. When I did it was to protect myself, not to bring worse to the humanity. Another statue. Because Muhammad and his kind of life lived in the places where they worship statues. When he went back, when he realized the message of the Creator, he demolished all these statues. The only statue he couldn't demolish was the black stone, which wasn't cut yet. It was nothing to worship. The only uncut stone. And because it was black, it brought the fear. From outside is a square. It was brought in to become another frightening statue. And Muhammad didn't want this to happen to him and the path of the message he brought. So he forbid even his pictures to be drawn. Where in Christianity, you just move from one statue worshipping around Rome to another with a cross. Now you have become better, you could carry it. And the emperors laughed on the behavior of the Catholic Church. We just gave them something else, another statue to worship. If you're a true Christian, you should never carry anything with you, because the love of Christ has to be in your heart, not around your neck. And it has to be the same with the Keshe Foundation. The knowledge has to be respected, not the man. the understanding of the line of connection to the creator by the man himself has to be respected, not anything else. And when you go to knowledge centers of the Keshe Foundation around the world, respect the knowledge and be part of it, and not to be arrogantly understood more or think I'm not worthy to be there, because we are all equal. Anyway, thank you very much. I knew.
So again, the cross shouldn't be worn around your neck. The love of Christ should be in your heart, and many other reasons for not making statues or elevating a man when it's really the knowledge that needs to be respected, not the personality so much. And even with Mr. Keshe, even though we're so grateful, he seems to say it's even the knowledge is a gift to him. And he's just sort of shepherding it or taking care of it, but he said it didn't belong to him. So we're not looking to possess the knowledge, just to share and absorb the knowledge and use it when we need to use it, as I see it. Any other thoughts on this? Okay, every Sunday at noon and 6 p.m. CET time, we spread the Gans waters, which again, you can do on your own and in conjunction with others. So it doesn't have to be on Sunday, but this is where we collectively do it. And it's for the elevation of the soul of this planet. We heard Mr. Keshe definitely say there was a wrong streak in the soul that created this planet, and that's why it's left its citizens, its created entities short, forcing us in a way, we accepted it, but forcing us in a way to kill and eat other entities, as I mentioned earlier, rather than trying to figure out how to heat ourselves. We said, oh, there's a tree, there's a vertical person. We called it wood. We just cut it down and burned it. The same with feeding ourselves. We took the lazy way out. We said, oh, there's an animal, let's kill it. We can eat it, we can cook it and eat it, instead of exploring ways that we can absorb energies. And we all have all these capabilities. Over the years and millions of years, we've forgotten how to use them, and Mr. Keshe is sort of re-educating us to find our own beauty and grace and capabilities. And this is what we're learning here. You can even detach and grow a leg or an arm. He said our knowledge hasn't reached the knowledge of a lizard who could grow its own tail. So we have a ways to go, but it's beautiful that we're on this path. And thank your soul for bringing you here.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Question, did Mr. Keshe ever mention anything about Christ feeding the multitude with fish, like the Bible stated?
I don't recall any of those, but if he fed thousands of people with a few fish and a few loaves of bread, and it was mentioned a couple times, obviously that would not be enough for all of them, and they seem to all be satisfied. So I think, as Mr. Keshe said, you want to see a shooting star, or I want you to have the pleasure of seeing a shooting star. He can create that energy where you'd see the shooting star, even though physically that shooting star might not be there. He said he can create it in any color or as how many you want. So I think it's the same with Christ. This is just my understanding, and he may have mentioned it, but I don't recall anything that I've heard where he actually explained what was done. But obviously it was through the fields. There wasn't enough fish there or bread there to satisfy thousands of people, but they all became satisfied. So I think he gave from Christ, gave from his, or radiated out the fields and allowed people to absorb them. in so many ways. He had these capabilities.
Yeah, thought so too.
But I haven't heard any definitive explanation, but we're experiencing that in Dining with the Creator in so many ways. And again, the difference I found, it's much easier to absorb when you give rather than absorb when you take. And this is what we're learning. It's all about giving. And in that giving, you receive more to be able to give more. Just my understanding. Anyone else want to share their understanding of Dining with the Creator, or how Christ perhaps formed what we call a miracle, but we know it's science and technology?
Hi, Mark. It's Dean here. May I say something?
Of course, we're all have mics and we're all welcome to share. Please.
So, my understanding would be that where we are presently at in this technology and this understanding and dining with the Creator, that it's not just going to be one that's going to be able to transmute and start feeding themselves. So we have many individuals that are present in receiving the energies and having an elevation and starting to tap into the fields and being able to manifest the energy they require. So when this starts to, it's already started, it's a process already begun, so there's no stopping it. So more and more of the individuals that are present will receive the knowledge, the energy, the communication, the field strength within themselves to connect. And then once they do, this won't be just one, it'll be more and more, and these will be gradually placed around the wellness centers, and people will start to receive that energy as they come close to the centers, and others will be able to tap into it from a distance away. So they'll become like mini generators, mini reactors, mini suns, and we'll just tap in and receive the energy. But it's no different to us as a soul tapping into the universal energy, the creation, the creator. It's just a replication of the same thing. It's in micro and macro. So Mr. Keshe is setting up these little universal units that replicate the reactors that we already have all around us in everything we do. And so once we start moving between the space gaps and understand that we tap into that energy flow, then we're going to start to receive. And as my point is that it's not just going to be one, it's going to be many are going to start to do this. So it's not going to be one Christ figure or one prophet. It's you're all your own prophet. So we're all going to start to receive this. We've already received the knowledge. We're going to start to receive the energy flow and the understanding, and then many others. Once one or a few start to receive this, then once you start interacting with others and you move around, they're going to be curious, and they're going to, on a physicality level, they're going to want to know what's going on, and then obviously on a soul level, they're going to sense that. And we know that many people that start to experience this, they radiate different. They when they walk into it's like when Mr. Keshe walks into a room or walks anywhere. You were speaking about the bed. He has a certain energy. He's tapping into the universal fields, and people will do anything to receive these fields, and because it's a field from the Creator. And as more and more tap into it and experience it, then it's going to spread very quickly, and it will touch many, many souls. And that is both in the physical dimension of making tools and getting corporations and everything else part of it, in enhancing their lives. And then it will also be on a soul level. So once we enhance their lives and elevate the physicality, then it starts touching the soul aspect, and then they're going to start to experience this gradual process that many of the knowledge seekers going through, dining with the creator. So it's a from micro to macro. It's just a progression that will happen and is already started, and we're all part of it. And it's an incredible moment to be part of it. And always, as we all know, as knowledge seekers, a very special privilege to be in time, place, and position to experience this. It is a great honor, and as it is to be present with all you guys that are present here now, all these wonderful souls that are very aware and a part of the change. And I thank you for that. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, Dean, Mr. Keshe said he's going to demonstrate this in China. He's going to feed 1.4 billion people with no food on the plate. Now, what percentage of that 1.4 billion people do you think understand or have heard about the Keshe plasma technology? Probably a fraction of 1%. Now, maybe they'll be given instruction, but as I understand it, you just need to be in the presence of the fields. And if you want to absorb them, you will. If you want to block them, you probably could block them. But it would seem to me
it's all intention, Mark.
You don't need a deep understanding of this knowledge to be able to be fed by the fields. Any thought on that, Dean?
My thought would be, Mark, that many of us have reached an elevation and an understanding through the knowledge, and through interacting with the knowledge and the plasma, with the ganses and the reactors, and we've gained an elevation. But there will be many souls present that, as you said, will never have heard or understood or have no knowledge of what we speak about. However, that doesn't mean that soul that walks into the field won't be instantly elevated and receive, because all souls are equal. So just because they haven't heard this knowledge doesn't mean they're not capable. All souls have a beauty, and I know that many souls that will be we wouldn't expect to will suddenly elevate very quickly and receive instantly. And you never know. It's some of us take the long road, some of us take the short road, but it's all on the plasmatic spiral of creation. So it depends where you are, where you cut it, and where you are on that spiral. And some souls that we believe to be they haven't got the knowledge, but that doesn't mean the soul is not in a position to receive in that moment, because they're supposed to in that precise time. So I think many will, but and it'll be a wonderful condition.
But a lion can't read book 1, 2, and 3, or a fish, yet they're still killing and they're still eating. How is that going to be handled? Again, I think the fields, if they're in the presence of the fields, they'll absorb the energy they need, because they're made of GANs, and the fields will be absorbed by the material in the body.
We're experiencing this now, Mark, as you know. Even though I'm still eating, I feel full all the time. My stomach seems a little bit bloated at the moment. And I don't know, it's like the gases inside me are expanded, and they're receiving the energies, and it's keeping me, I don't know, it's like a gas that's built up. And it's this spectrum of energies that I'm receiving constantly. And I think it can give to your structure more than you realize. And I think that as we're receiving, all of us, we've tapped in, and we've been part of this process, and we're tapped in. So we've switched it on, so it's constant. Now it's the emotion, and once you control the emotion, then you will find you will level off, find your balance point, find the condition for your body in the environment that's absolutely perfect, with the emotion of what you would like it to be and to be happy with, and those be the same for all creatures created. Some creatures have no knowledge about whether I should look a certain size, weight, or that doesn't come into their consciousness, so they will feel perfect and just receive the universal flow, and will suddenly just walk away. They won't rationalize it like we do with the way that humans do. They will just they receive the energy, that's it, and they'll just walk away. They won't need to consume another. They will just be, you see this now in nature. You see it many times where all of a sudden you'll see a creature that should eat the other creature, and for whatever reason they suddenly don't. And it's because they've received enough energy that they don't need to take anymore. So, and once they receive this elevation and this energy flow, I think all animals will walk away much sooner than probably human beings. That's my understanding anyway.
Right. I mean, the ocean is a big place. So is the whale going to receive this energy where he, instead of taking tons of plankton every day, he'll just sort of swim by it and say, have a nice life. I don't need to kill you.
No difference. I think, Mark, it'll all be the same. Whether it's the tiniest microbe or the giantest creature that we know. And then remember, there's not just the seen creatures as well. So this is the other thing Mr. Keshe speaks about a lot. There are many, we're the bottom feeders. He calls us like the cod. So there's many of creation that are feeding from the fields and experiencing this. And we may not see them, but they're present. But even they may be feeding, some of them may be feeding in slightly the wrong way. So, even they will elevate and receive this within the environment we have as the planet elevates. They will receive the same spectrum of energies that are being emitted and received through these the conditions that are being brought forward as this planet elevates.
And it's not only for here, as I understand it. He said take 1.4 billion and then exponentially multiply it by 1.4 billion, and we're going to feed across the universe. So maybe it's these new planets that are just discovering fire or just learning how to hunt. I know he said the ones in the UFO are feeding or eating without killing. So they seem to have some sort of structure within their structure that allows them to feed, but maybe it's for the rest, not so much those in the energy dimension, but as I said, other planets and civilizations that are being created every week across the universe.
Don't they receive through the skin of the craft? They just receive the energies through the magravite skin and just receive.
Inner walls, I think,
Yeah. It's the same principle. Once we learn to experience this, and we'll all tap into it, and it'll be very natural to begin with. It's like all life cycles. You go through a very an understanding and a condition where you have to experience and learn from. Very much like the foundation is step by step, filter by filter, letting humanity experience and then question everything and then receive. And it's a very slow, gradual process, but it's there. And now we've reached a position where Mr. Keshe has brought forward that elevating the soul of mankind to receive the knowledge to be able to pass this on to other creatures and other species and other souls that have traveled in many very different ways. However, man's been elevated to be able to pass this knowledge on, to bypass and step over the knowledge of spacecraft. So that's a very big gift that we are receiving in these moments.
It's all a gift.
It's an amazing gift, and the fact that we can now share that gift with all souls is a wonderful thing. Quite amazing.
Agree. Anyone else want to add anything at this point? And again, we talked about the Dome of Peace. I'd like to play Jefferson's question to Mr. Keshe about the Brazilian team. And as I've written them, they're leading in a way the rest of us, and they're creating a beautiful structure and a beautiful soul. Every day they do the daily intentions, and on Wednesday they do the elevation of the world leaders and so on. But Jefferson asked a question about, are they doing anything wrong or should they improve? And Mr. Keshe said, no, we're 99% there. You can hear the question yourself. But he said they've created so much energy there, they need to focus it. Once the 5+1 negotiations are done, he said, what are you going to do? You're going to focus the energy perhaps on the world leaders. And I think the Brazilian team will be given that task in a way, since they've been very effective and consistent on using the energies of their, or spreading the fields of their soul to accomplish something. So we may want to start our own groups or to join with the Brazilian group and learn how they're doing it, and then bring it into your own language community, perhaps. I don't know, but I think he said that you'll hear the question here. I think the Brazilian team is going to be tasked with carrying on, because Mr. Keshe said this is a long haul job. It's not a day job with the world leaders. But things, as we know, can transpire very quickly.
One more thing, in the last teaching, we were even discussing it in Brazil about the elevation of the soul of the leaders, the 5+1 plus Iran, the negotiators. And we've been through this connection every day. And you pointed out that we should change something. And we were just wondering.
The 5+1 has become successful. It's just a matter of the last legs of it. There is a prison exchange in next few days, should complete hopefully, and backing of Chinese in the negotiation as part of the main negotiations of the peace talk 5+1 is the last bits left for Americans to clean up. Your work should not stop till this concludes as part of what you do. But then it comes the next step. You gathered so much energy to bring that and you're holding it. Move it on to the next step. What are you going to do when the 5+1 finished? Your elevation of the soul of the world leaders to reach consensus as a world peace has to become the work of your team which you set up in Brazil. And I watch every day when Rafael posts things around all the Keshe Foundation 30-odd, what do you call it, groups. The 5+1 has taken its course in a way through the wisdom of His Excellency President Xi of China. It will meet its target, will achieve it in a matter of weeks or months, depends how the new situation with the Saudis and the peace talk and the opening of the embassies in Iran has changed their position. This will give certain arrogance to the Iranian leaders, but this should bring them humbleness that they become part of the process. It's do not stop, because that process you started, you're as a Brazilian team who meets every night, is still keeping everything as it is, as part of the course to be. And once accomplished, which is in the process, I always said we are 98, 99% done. It's just a lot of things which needs to be agreed. Is mainly financial side than anything else. And the Iranian leadership wants a lot of the Iranians' assets to be returned back to Iran or free to Iran, as long as these assets are used for the nation, not the private accounts. There was a huge problem with the ex-president of Iran, with the Chinese. With a new president, all these have been sorted. And a lot of things which the last president created, the mayhem between Iran and China, is over. And in China and the Iranian new leadership have taken a new course in a war of the peace. will not be surprised to see the opening of the what they call dialogue between Israel and Iran in the coming time. The new delegations, which we see in Emirates with the bankers and the religious leaders in the background, and what we call, there's a little problem left with Israelis to be sorted out with the new leadership. The talk between Iran and Israel to come into the phase of peace is already taking shape in the background, and that needs the next support of the Brazilian group. We expect some skirmishes by Israel towards Iran, but in general, everything is sorted to be there. The Americans are influencing the air bases in Azerbaijan to create a diversion on attack on Iran by Israel, but we are fully aware of it. We know what's happening. This has been going on for 7-8 years, and this needs the next step of attention by the what we call your nightly meeting in Brazil, 5+1, and then the establishment of peace across most of the places, which is to come. With the technology we take to China, in the next few weeks, will bring an evolution in the science and technology of China. And we hope that the Chinese will pass it on to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I wish a happy new Norris.
Thank you very much.
And we'll keep on. We'll keep on. I just thought that maybe we were doing something not wrong, but not enforcing, or that was just a feeling that I had about this meeting.
It is part of is there's a lot of bits staying around. Just 1 second, please.
He's just taking a quick call. He'll be right back within less than a minute.
Sorry about that. Somehow the bell rings at the same time during the teaching. But in general, you're on the target. And this meeting of 24th will be very important for the work of the foundation and the what we call the expansion of peace. Try to join as many as you can, and many of you will learn a lot about yourselves by the time we finish with what we call meeting with the world leaders. The feeding time was for 24 hours, or what you call it, the first 2 weeks. Meeting with the world leaders will be a long commitment, a long haul, and a lot of work. And members of Universal Council, not the supporters of Universal Council, are obliged to be in this meeting. You use your own, what they call it, Universal Council emails, and you're entered. You don't need the invitation. With this, we bring the change, because there's a lot of things in the background getting developed and put in position for that to be achieved. And this time, peace supported by the Chinese will bring a lot of good things, and it needs the collection continuous support, which will join the 24th meeting with the world leaders to the Brazilian group in a way in the coming time. And we'll see how the things turn up for you to understand. that you are the world leaders. You don't need nobody to lead you, but to be correct leaders. Because when it comes to man in space, as a leader, as your soul will create its own planet or a star, you have to lead, but you have to learn from now how that soul will lead. That doesn't bring the mayhem we've seen with the soul which created planet Earth. And this is part of the teaching. It's part of the understanding the process of the creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. You'll be there. Thank you very much. That the Creator bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Any other question?
And thank you, Jefferson, for bringing that question. Very interesting and enlightening for all of us. Again, like elevating the soul of the planet, the Chinese have been doing it for a number of years. And again, this is another, not a day job. It's a long haul, and we need to be consistent with it. So this is our Dome of Peace, as Mr. Keshe said. This is something for our physicality to do. Spreading the Gans waters. Again, I think there was a question raised. Why not invite the soul of this planet into dining with the world leaders or something, because it's the soul of this planet that has left the rest in short, or left it connected to this planet because it didn't want to let the children go away, or what it's created here. It wanted it to be connected, but that may be something different. But right now, the task is to spread the Gans waters, and you don't only have to do it or wish to do it on Sunday, but you can do it every day, as much as often as you'd like. But this is something for the physicality to do. He said spreading of the Gans waters would make connections between wellness centers. I don't quite understand that, but he said that was part of this process as well. Many things going on in the background, as he just indicated, that we're not really aware of. What Mr. Keshe is doing, as he said today. He runs different things in the background, even though we're thinking he's turning right, he's actually turning left or something. But anyway, this is our, hopefully I'm at the right spot, because I don't think I am on the other one, but let's see.
Sunday.
Okay, we have to back this up. I didn't have enough prep time. Let's see if we're here.
This first, and then show the both videos. What do you think?
I'll have to find that video. I'm not sure where it is. I think she put it in some websites, so I'll have to find it.
Oh, no problem.
Link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So that was part one. Let us go to part two. And again, I'm not sure if I'm in the right position. We'll have to check.
And or at 18 p.m.
Okay, we're going to back it up.
Humanity. has built in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this.
Oh, Wendell, just open your mic. There's no problem. I see your hand. I don't know if it just came up or just.
Yes, it
yeah,
came up.
just fit right in.
Well, I would be very much interested in connecting on the Sunday spreading GANS water, and I'm not clear how to connect with that. That's really been the whole issue for a couple of months now. How do I make sure that I've got the correct either Zoom link or how to make the connection to all these different this work on Sundays like that, and that's number one. Number two, the major reason that I really am interested in pursuing this is that people in my community are very interested in dealing with the issue of EMF technologies that are being foisted on us that look like we don't really have much say about how to prevent them, or like that. I'm not interested in particularly in a political move. The question is there some of the technology, the plasma technology, that might be very useful to introduce these folks to, and if they thought this was really helpful for them, they would want to know a whole lot more about the Keshe Foundation and all of the other in the possibilities of this new science, of the new physics. So number one, how do I make sure that I connect next week with at these different times?
Okay, well, you know what the time is. Now you need to make some GANs, and then you use the water above the GANs, a third of the water or half of the water, depends how long it's settled. And you take that water, which has the fields in it, and you release it, whether it's down the drain, whether you spray it on the ground, you put it into a river, a lake, a stream. It's all natural, and it seems to have an intelligence where it knows where to go and it knows what to do. So you can go to Keshe Wiki. There's many videos on YouTube I think you can find, or just contact any of us and we'll bring you through making a CO2 cup or a ZNO. Have you made the cup of life? Which Mr.
No,
Keshe,
I have not. I'm such a neophyte at this,
no problem.
and
We all are.
I don't know that I can, and that I either want to or am able to make the GANS water for myself, but I have purchased several products from folks in America who are making GANS water, and they say that you can make an unlimited supply by buying their products that they've made. And I guess my question is that correct? Number one, and or number two, do I have to make my own GANs? I'll proceed with that. It won't be anytime soon, I don't think, but that's a major question. Do I have to actually make the GANs water in my own home here or in my garage?
No, you don't. I know Mr. Keshe said many times he's had to buy GANs and things from other knowledge seekers, I guess, when he was on the road. But are the products you're purchasing, are they KF certified?
I don't know. Is there a way to, how would one know that?
Yeah, you'd get them from the store, the products that are certified, as I understand it. But to get a piece of zinc and a piece of copper and do some nano coating is very easy. Some people spray the cup of life, which you can find that video on the Keshe Foundation Wiki. Very easy to make. And you can ask for help from anyone. I don't know if you're.
What does the cup of I see the cups of life are available. What does that do?
Yes, well, that was introduced originally in the COVID issue, I think in January of 2020 by Mr. Keshe as a gift to China. And they started using it, but apparently they didn't share the knowledge. So it's sort of gotten shelved, but you can use that water. Many people do. Or I think Mr. Keshe
And
says,
I'm sorry, I don't understand that you buy a ceramic cup from the Keshe Foundation. Great, I'd be glad to do that. What would you use that to participate? You would make your own Gans water in a cup like that?
yeah, but the ceramic cups are something different.
Okay, so what's the cup of life then?
Well, what that cup of life, again, he said we made it look easy. We made it look simple, but it's not simple. There's a lot going on in the cup, and it would take man hundreds of years to understand it. So he said, set it exactly the way I said it. So in this instance, copying is fine. And we're just copying processes in the universe anyway. But what he's done with that cup, he's made something similar to what we were experiencing with the COVID, but it's weaker. And therefore, in the world of the plasma, the stronger feeds the weaker. So what was happening with the cup one, it was actually draining the energy from the little energy pack we called COVID-19.
Yes.
And that's the way it was removed plasmatically. It was stronger than what we made, so the stronger has to feed the weaker, and over use of it by perhaps breathing it in, spraying it on the body, and so on. There was also a cup two for the red tissues. The cup one was more for the upper body, let's say, and the cup two was a copper cup was for the lower extremities. He's also added something to that as well with magnesium to, he said this was the missing piece. He shared this with us a number of workshops ago, that to balance out the emotion, because apparently what's happening in the mutation is it's pulling, it's actually draining on the emotions. So people are having not good thoughts and so on. And this is what they had been observing. I don't know if they're still observing that, but we did add magnesium. So you could use a cup of life. I think he said he'd prefer you use the maybe 50-50 ZNO or a CO2 mixed together and then release that.
Yeah, you got me very confused here. So
okay, it's okay. We're all confused in so many ways.
Well, and so if I will do this down the road, I'm pretty certain, but I'm not in a place right now where I can make the GANs myself.
Okay.
I mean, that will be down the road. But if I wanted to participate next week, in that, I have some GANs material from various people in the U.S. And they're saying that you can make an infinite amount, an unlimited supply of just using their products. Okay. And you just asked me, are they KF certified? I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
So are these products that the American folks doing here? There are two companies that I've ordered from. Can they be trusted? Are they doing the job?
I don't even know who you're referring to, but we don't have to bring up any names here.
No.
But Mr. Keshe is indicating that most of this technology, they've shared it freely with us, and we're to share it freely with the others. He just went through that example in China where they were doing things, and I guess one of them, the Chinese government knew it wasn't a quantum science or anything like that. They changed the name and apparently, but yeah, he is encouraged us to not purchase things that are not certified from the Keshe Foundation, because we don't know what will happen in a way. Not that they're bad, they're probably not. I've purchased products that weren't certified. I'm still using them. But normally he's been suggesting that we work with only certified product. And if you make it, it's certified yourself.
Mark,
go right
Mark,
ahead. Yes,
Mike, Mark, I would like to just insert maybe a missing link, and that is, you have something to write with? Okay.
Are you talking to Wendell, Erm?
Yes.
Okay, she's asking if you have something to write with, Wendell.
Yes, I do have a pen and a paper.
I think you have your microphone covered.
Can't hear.
Try it again, please.
kfwiki.org.
Yes, we mentioned the
On the
KF
first
Wiki.
page, on the right-hand side, you will find Cup 1 and Cup 2 with demonstrations. It's very easy.
Great. Okay. And that will, and if I purchased Cup 1 and Cup 2, I'd be willing to do that.
You can make Cup 1 really easy.
Of GAN's water, plasma water. That's what I'm asking, I'm guessing.
Say again, please.
If I buy Cup 2, Irmgard, I got it. I would love to do that. Easy to do. I've got the finances for that. If I do that, then can I make my own plasma water that way?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Keshe released a video in January of 2020 where he took us all through the process. It's about 20 minutes, maybe.
Oh, great. I will, then no more needs to be said. And, okay.
And as far as the EMF, Mr. Keshe was asked that question and he said somebody asked him if the 5G he said, not really. We're going to be moving, as I understand it, to G9 and G10. Now, maybe this, again, is obsolete, but he said if you had two cell phones with you, G9 and G10, you could actually create materials and things right in front of yourself. So that may be in the future for G9 and G10. But as far as spreading the GANS water, one of the easiest things to do. And just contact us or write something in the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Be happy to help you. But you don't need to purchase cups from the store per se. You can do it yourself. All you do is follow step by step what Mr. Keshe did in the video in January of 2020 called Cup of Life. It was a gift to China, and it's very simple to produce. He shows you every single step.
I can see that, and I'm at this point. I would like to be able to say to my friends who I've been talking to about this, this stuff may be a real revolution for everything that we all want. The people who will be the first to listen are the folks who have been harmed apparently by EMFs over a long period of time. And if they had something that they could, well, here's something, either drink it, cook with it, wear it, and it would help, would improve their health, and that they could depend on it. There would be hundreds of people.
Well, Mr. Keshe developed these butterflies. He said that can't be replicated. You'll find them on the store site, and we all use them for capturing or reducing electromagnetic fields on our computers, on our phones, or wherever you wanted to reduce them. But he said, again, we all miss that because it's really a soul elevator. Not that it doesn't do that. It does do that, but there's many, many more uses. And he said they can't be replicated. There's hidden technologies that we're not even aware of in these butterflies. And they're the least expensive product in the entire store, I believe.
And what you can make yourself is simply a copper figure 8 and treat that like the copper in the cup of life and attach it to the phone.
Gotcha.
Make sure the nano coating doesn't rub off. You don't want to handle that directly, and you may want to cover it with, some kind of plastic. But that's a very simple thing to do.
Okay. Enough said for now. I have lots more questions, and I will continue.
And Wendell,
Yes.
I just wanted to add one nice thing, and that is, since we all have soul, if you make your own, then it's a real connection with you, and it will really help you. And
I'm-
very simple.
I have no doubt.
And don't worry, we'll all be rooting for you. Are you in what country are you in?
I'm in
US?
Ashland, Oregon.
Oregon. Oh,
Southern
so
Oregon.
you can get somebody who might be somewhat close to you to help you out. I wonder who.
I'm seeking somebody like that, but I have not been able to locate anybody like that.
Well,
locally.
I mean, it means that you would have to have it sent to you, but there are people who are in the States, right?
Yes,
Mark?
yes, I'm here, and many are here. Just write
Many.
us in the Telegram or put it in, and someone will be in touch with you, and within a few days, you'll have your material you need. And that way you'll become more self-reliant rather than buying from the others. Not that I'm discouraging anyone from purchasing. These products in the store are made and they're certified by the Keshe Foundation. So if I made a paint pen and sold it to you, it would probably work differently than if you purchased a paint pen that was made by the store.
Sure. So how do I put a message in your, what is it? The
Telegram?
Telegram.
Keshe American Knowledge Team, or any of the teams. You're very close to Canada as well.
Yeah, but I've been having real difficulty in finding, you know, I'll go to Telegram and I'll look up Keshe American.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please just give me what would I type in to when I'm on Telegram?
Let's see if we can send you
Wendell,
a link.
it's
Ed,
Keshe American Knowledge. Keshe American Knowledge Team.
Okay, great.
Let's
let's
see if Ed, are you here with us now? Could you send Wendell a link to join the Keshe American Knowledge Team?
I'll put it in the group, the Zoom chat here.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all right?
Perfect.
But I just need to go to Telegram and get it, and then I'll be back in a minute. Oh, Dean just did it.
Okay, Dean has put the invite link, Wendell, in there for you. You'll be able to join the Keshe American Knowledge Team.
Great. Okay.
Wendell, it's Dean here. May I just quickly say something as well? When look, the fact that you any of this plasma technology, when you set the intention for the smallest little thing, and you mentioned something, there'll be many people interested.
Yes.
So if you make the plasma water yourself and then share it, you will find this connection will grow. Plasma opens up as soon as you interact with it, and you put an intention to make something and you give it with thought and love. It opens up, and then you will find that all these people will be attracted to you, and it will grow very quickly. So, Wendell, thank you for being present. It's wonderful to see that you're here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Wendell. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah,
anyone else want to share anything with Wendell? And we've passed every day at 9 p.m. CET. And of course, last week, Jefferson corrected me. I was an hour off. Thank you, Jefferson. At 9 p.m. daily, you can join, not on a Telegram or not on a Zoom, but you can join with your soul. And the Universal Council has suggested this, that every day, 9 p.m. CET, we can join together and elevate the 5+1 negotiators, the world leaders, the religious leaders. And you can take as much time or as little time as necessary. So this is just something, we're not meeting in Zoom, we're not meeting in Telegram, we're just meeting on the energy level, or what we call the soul level. And for the elevation of the, again, 5+1, the peace negotiators, and all the people doing work in Linz, the world leaders, and you can add on whatever you'd like to see elevated. But that was the concentration of the work.
Great. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to the first part of the, anyone else want to add anything else?
Hello, may I add, please?
Of course, anyone, yes.
Good day, Wendell. Have you seen the video that Mr. Keshe published on the making of cup number 1?
No, have not seen it.
So you were told about KF Wiki. So it's
Yeah,
kfwiki.org.
Yeah.
We have had a lot of abuse on that site, and so some of the videos have been taken down. So I would suggest that you go to latest updates. Latest updates is one of the headers. And when you go into that, there will be a listing on the left side of dates. And the date you want is 2020-02-12. So that's February the 12th, 2020. And so there's a video there on how to make the cup of life. And if you click on that particular one, you will have an array of different sites and languages. And some of those sites have been taken down and some are still very active. And you just have to find one in English. It's about 19 minutes long and it shows you how to make the cup of life.
Really?
And once you do that, you become your own last man standing.
Beautiful.
Okay.
So the idea is to produce the GANs and to put it in a tall glass or a tall bottle. And then you add water to it. And there are other instructions on how to rinse the GANs to get the salt out. But once you've done that, to produce the water, you just add that to the GANs, shake up the bottle, and then as Mark said, you just decant the top portion of it, which would be clean water, and then you top it up again, and 24 hours later, it'll become plasma water again. And so you create this until you, and as you get more and more quantities, you start to extend the field. And so the whole idea is that you create this plasma field around your home. So that's the first thing. And then
Micah, Micah has put in the link for you, Wendell. It's in the chat and you can copy that and review it at your leisure. Micah also says, Mr. Keshe also mentioned to try and make the cups yourself as it will connect directly to your soul. Also make sure to put your intention from your soul into it when you make it.
Gotcha. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to add anything? So again, a long haul process with elevating the soul of this planet, the same as the world leaders, not a day job. It's going to be a long haul. And so I'd encourage everybody to join on Wednesday at, I believe it's 6 p.m. CET time, the Brazilian team. You can see how they do it and interact with them, and then take it into your language community or stay with the Brazilian team. Either way, I think it will work.
Again, how would I connect with that? Is it a Zoom call or is it a?
I think the last time I joined them, it was in a Telegram. Perhaps someone wants to put a link in there. Also, Elias has put another link in for you, Plasma Circle, 1 Cup, 1 Life. You can copy that and bookmark it, Wendell, and review it later. But normally when you're in one of these Telegram teams, you'll see the announcements made by the, again, I'm not sure if they put that announcement in there every Wednesday. I don't think so. But there is a way to find their number. Maybe somebody from Brazil can put your daily intentions link or the Wednesday 6 p.m. meeting in the chat. We can all copy and join.
Does Jefferson have that available?
I'm sure he does.
To tell us where to. Aha, there is something. Thank you, Jefferson.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Alex. Alex, when you're looking at the KF Wiki site, you said go to something, and when I'm looking, I can't see anything that I can.
One of the header lines is latest updates.
Hold on now, I've just got this. Okay, here it is in front of me. So it says what changes, blah, blah, every person. Okay, then it says official contact address for workshops. I don't find what you were talking about. Still looking. They've got, oh, latest updates. I got it. I got
Right
it.
in the middle of the page. Yeah.
At the top, just under the first paragraph, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different titles.
That's it.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Hello, Wendell.
Yes.
I posted the link to the official Keshe Foundation 1 Cup, 1 Life Telegram channel. You click on the link and ask to join, and you're joined right away. So just go to that. It's the official Keshe Foundation 1 Cup, 1 Life channel that everyone uses to share knowledge, how to make the cup. If you have any questions, it's all there. It's more directed towards the 1 Cup, 1 Life. And we also have the Keshe One World family, which is a larger Telegram group from knowledge seekers all over the world. But it's in multiple languages. So when you post in English, it'll translate it into about 17 or 20 different languages. So it becomes very difficult to navigate because, every time you post something, it gets translated and you have just a large number of postings to go through. This one here is strictly just for making the 1 Cup, 1 Life. And it was set up during the pandemic to help everyone, to help family members, if anybody got sick, if anybody wanted help. In some cases, we would send the cup of life in an emergency situation. We just ship it right away because obviously time is of the essence. If you become ill, you don't have the ability to think and concentrate, and so it's very difficult to make it. So we got knowledge seekers to basically get together and sort of like do like a rescue, and we would ship it to people that in need. Thankfully, of course, the pandemic is over and done with, but we still have the Telegram channel and we exchange information. So I would advise you to go to that, and it'll help you to get the thing going right away. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Elias.
And Elias, there is something that shows up on that Keshe 1 Cup, 1 Life link, and it says, Teamy would like to open this link in Telegram. So we have to just say allow to get it to work?
It's the only way. It's asking for your permission. So you can deny it or allow it.
I'm allowing.
Only if you trust the link. If you don't trust the link, you should never open. But in this case, it's a link from the Keshe Foundation.
Yes, it's from you, so I trust you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the first part of the Dome of Peace, where we spread the GAN's waters. Now, Mr. Keshe asked us to move into the second step, where we join together collectively and we spread the fields of our soul. Much more, again, this is a very effective way of reaching world leaders or whoever you want to reach through the fields, rather than trying to get an appointment with a world leader or write them an email or a telegram or whatever. Send them a letter, they will never read it. They're pretty well insulated. But on the soul level, we certainly can touch.
As please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GAN's waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GAN's waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to take 5 minutes of silence, and we're going to use our souls to elevate. We're taking 5 minutes of silence. We're going to elevate the soul of the 5+1 peace negotiators in their 98, 99%. They are the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which Mr. Keshe has been in touch with the head a number of times, as I see it. All souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let us take our 5 minutes of silence collectively. And it's almost like praying in a way, but you're the creator now. You're not praying to a God somewhere far off, but it's a very similar way. You're just the way you'd see your dog or your loved one and give them love. You don't hold it in your hand, you radiate it out from your being. And this is what we're doing collectively together when we come together in a state of peace and inner calmness. So we're going to take 5 minutes of silence, and Mr. Keshe said he'll handle the physical end of this process, and it was for us to start practice using our souls to change things. And of course, when the Universal Council understands this more and more, this is the way they'll start working exclusively. Mr. Keshe says he works this way 90% of the time. So let us, anyone.
Mark, before we begin.
Open? Yes.
Hi, Mark. Hi, guys. It's Nikolai from Canada. I just had a thought that popped into my head as we were about to begin the 5 minutes of silence, and it came as I opened the participants list and I noticed a few open mics. I would actually, if you guys are open to it, provide a suggestion. In all of the meetings that we've had in where we are connecting to the center in Linz, those of you that have done the dining with the creator or any of the other meetings, all of the mics have run open. And I know this is a challenge for some, it's not always going to be possible, but if you can consider that we are radiating our fields outward and we have our microphones turned off, ... So it's just a suggestion. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but if we can all open our mics and keep in silence, then perhaps there is an additional field that we can tap into together.
You know, Mr. Keshe added an interesting caveat today. He said, first he said, open your mics. And then he said, you don't need to open your mics. You're already connected. So I thought that was quite interesting. We're so physical again, but you're right. When we go into these meetings, we do keep. So let's leave it to the individual person. If they want their mic open, fine. If you want to keep your mic closed, fine. But Mr. Keshe actually emphasized that today. He said, you don't need to. You've already established the connection to Linz. So whatever you'd like to do.
However, if you're feeling a little bit weak, we've got Dean here, and he's the one who's the closest to the center. So we can choose, but I find that when Dean is around, I feel more connected to the center at Linz. Thanks.
Okay, so let's, yes, Nikolai. Gail, could you close your mic?
Do I have
to? No, you don't have to, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
So we'll start this process for 5 minutes. It goes by rather quickly. So let's start now. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. Again, we don't have a checklist or check or whether anyone's done it or not. It's all left up to the individual. And now the part of the program that everyone has been anticipating, waiting for. Alex is going to join us for another universal, unique teaching. And if you'd like, Alex, we want to welcome you and thank you for your service to the community and spreading your fields all across this planet. So I can play the disclaimer if you'd like, as you usually do. And then we will go right into your teaching.
Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And let's all welcome Alex. We thank you, Alex, for your dedication and to the knowledge and to the different communities around this planet. So thank you very much for joining us and providing a unique universal teaching.
And thank you very much for your leadership there, Mark. Welcome, everybody. It's another beautiful Sunday afternoon. And this is the teachings of Maran Tevakoli Keshe, as interpreted by myself here. And so what we're trying to do is to shorten the over 6,000 hours of teachings that we have so that we can help people who are new to the foundation and also help people who are senior members of the foundation to help in explaining this to the new members. And of course, even helping yourselves to understand it even better. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing advanced inner space. The subject today is the soul family. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is March 19th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As I said, we've been teaching for many years and trying to condense this teaching into some kind of format here. And so we're on the advanced series that we're looking at. And ironically, today's subject, soul family, is very appropriate because many of us had an extremely long day so far. And the reason for it is because we've actually witnessed the application of the soul family. And so it's ironic that this subject has come up today, and it becomes very important for us to understand how this works, because in our process that we're searching for outer space, what we're really looking is for that little stable pie in the sky. And we actually have it. It's a little tiny red dot that we call our little tiny perfect universe. But when we look at the rest of the universe, we find that not only is it massive, but we know so little of it. And so we try in the 3 books of Mr. Keshe, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, we find the combination of the plasma field forces. And this becomes our magnetical connection. And then we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. This becomes our gravitational stability, the creation of our souls. And what is the connection? And so that's book number 2, The Structure of Light. And that is the link between the magnetical gravitational field forces. So in this process of trying to understand this technology, we have to understand that we're on a planet. And before we got here, the planets themselves had to get here. And as a result of that, the planets are positioning themselves. And so they're all in a specific location, and the paths orbit around the sun and don't cross over. And we see that. But do we understand that? And the reason we have difficulty understanding is because we don't see the overlapping fields, the plasma fields. And in fact, when we look at the particular planet, we're only looking at that small piece of the pie again. And we don't see what has caused that positioning and the reference to the emotion of positioning, which causes those planets to be there. And then we totally ignore the fact that the position of the planets is that small spot in the orbit around the sun. So the orbit around the sun is this immense sea of the emotion of knowledge. Because obviously the planets have that. That's how they stay in their orbit. So they don't seem to be as confused as we are. And so when we try and understand this, we have to understand that we came to one of these planets. And so why did we choose this planet as opposed to the other planets? And as a matter of fact, how did we know to choose this one? And how did we know not to choose the other ones? And maybe did we try and we had a rude welcome there? And so we decided to find a planet where we would be welcome. And so we found Earth space. And we forget how we found Earth space because in our physics, we're restricted by the speed of light. And so when we look at the reference point of the speed of light, we extend that to the rest of the universe. And so we see that distances are measured beyond in light years. And we find that this is a failure in terms of reference because of the limitations that are imposed. So what we're trying to do in the plasma science is to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And so the plasma science does supersede the nuclear science. And one of the reasons for that is because we're talking about creation. And so the most important thing for our creation, of course, was the earth space, because it's on the earth space that we have our man space. What we ignore is that inner space of creation. Excuse me 1 second. Creation has to do with life. And if it has to do with life, it has to do with growth. And in order to do that, all the things that are combining in that energy have to deal with a positive energy that is feeding that growth. And one of the limiting factors on this planet is ignoring morality, compassion, and courage. These are all factors in part of creation. And when we're looking at the basic science, that is not part of the criteria, is it? So what we are talking about today is families. And so we're part of the sun space family, aren't we? But the sun space family is part of the Milky Way. Are we concerned with that? And then there's the solar system family. Are we concerned with that? And then there's this planetary family. Beyond the fact that we're on Earth, do we care about the planetary family? And some of the planets have moons. And so there's a lunar family. How is that different from the planetary family? And why didn't we come to the lunar family? And then, of course, there's a space in between, that in-between space family. So our sun space family really gravitates to the Earth space family. And so we're part of that family. But as we're trying to understand this, we have no proof of outer space. We keep talking about it, but when we want to conquer it, but we have no proof. The only thing we have proof of is this sun space, or this planet space, this moon space, or this in-between space. But none of these are outer space, because they're all part of the physicality and governed by the limitations of the speed of light. So to understand the plasma science, we have to go to a proof of concept, and that is the fact that we were born. And we were born by actually making a choice. And that choice was a preference and a sentimentality of coming to Earth space, as opposed to coming to any other planetary space. And then we were born by a method that is using the outer space system. So because we can't explain that, by extension, it must be the outer space system. And even still, we're having difficulty of understanding the inner space, which we were born into. And from there, we manifested into this Earth space. And then comes the obvious question, is this just halfway through the round trip? And if it is, then we want to know where we came from. And if this is the halfway point, then where are we going after we leave? And so we're enamored to supposedly go into outer space. And do we go as tourists, or do we go as space travelers, or as pioneers? Too many questions, not enough answers. And so we're finding that we're going to be coming up with some answers, because next month we'll be doing flight tests to the moon in Rio. And so part of the problem has been understanding these relationships to all of these families. And so we find that the scientific family community has a responsibility, and the spiritual family community also has a responsibility, but they don't come together. This is where the plasma science needs to come together to add to that knowledge. But then the question becomes, at what rate of change? And so this becomes a very important discussion, because what we're looking at is to implement the peace stone. And so the Earth seems to be quite okay with this, because we have the soul of the Earth body as a biosphere age, and we have the soul of the Earth in the core. And so this becomes the magnetical gravitational relationship, which we call the mag-grav condition. But it's kind of different from the way that we're shaped. So when we look at the fact that the Earth is gravitationally stable, and has these magnetical and gravitational field forces that work together. How do we work? And so we find that we have this same gravitational stability within our cells. And so our cells are very stable, and this is a good thing because you don't want to mix up the pancreatic cells with the kidney cells, right? We have enough confusion in the world as it is. So fortunately, the cells have it all organized and they're gravitationally stable. So we're coming to the unstable portion of it, and that's us, because we have these family of emotions. And as we've discussed in the last few weeks, we see that many of these emotions are actually part of the man space point of view. Is there another point of view? And yes, that is the soul space point of view. And so last week we talked about the emotion of knowledge. So this is the knowledge that we're born with. There's no school for this knowledge. It is shared universally by the universal community to the whole universal community, of which we are part of. And so we find that when we're looking at plasma fields, we're looking at two feeding dimensions. And we say 1 and 1 is more than 2. But this is where one of the problems comes in. Is one and the other one the same one? And clearly they're not. But they're part of the feeding dimensions, and you need those two. And then you get a feedback dimension. And in simple math, you would get an answer. But in the plasma science, you don't lose the 1 and the 1. You still have that because it's contributing all the time. And then you have the feedback dimension, which is the product of the feeding dimensions. And as we witness this, we become the observer. Well, you can't be part of those 3 dimensions if you're the observer. So we're in another dimension, and let's call it a 4th dimension. And so this becomes the problem of the discussion today, because our 3 dimensions that we've identified, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the cells, well, that's good. Those are the 3 dimensions. And from our man space point of view, that takes care of the emotion of vision, the emotion of position, and the emotion of presence. But it doesn't take care of the emotion of knowledge. And so all of these emotions are part of the manifestation. So the manifestation is not just tangible or physical, but it's non-tangible and also non-visible. So all these plasma feedings lead to a manifestation. And so therefore, even the emotion of presence is a manifestation. And then the emotion of position is also a manifestation. But the emotion of position is determined by the reality dimension. Well, what is that dimension? That's that point between the launch field and the target field. And what field is that? Well, that's the field of choice, isn't it? And so when we're talking to newcomers and people ask you, what is plasma? And can you please tell me in 35 seconds or less? Well, you better be ready. Just tell them it's a kind of energy state. And there are different kinds of energy states. So it all depends on your point of view for the purposes of the discussion. And so all of this teaching has to do with us understanding our earth space. And we have to use that to find our inner space sequence. This is how we open the gateway to outer space. And it's pretty important because that's what the purpose of life is. And if that's not important, well, you know, nothing's important. And so we repeat the plasma rules so that we understand that energy states can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. So imagine if you could climb up the stairs by an order of magnitude, you'd be jumping 10 steps at a time. I was pretty proud when I was young that I could jump up 4 steps at a time. But the thing is, the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. And so you go up and down the stairs. But there are energy states that are catalytic. And so they're different from the other energy states which go up and down. It's all part of the creation or part of the natural decay. But when you're in a catalytic state, you're a non-consuming. And we have the best reference for that, and that's our sun, because it gives us energy all the time. And now with the plasma science, we've been able to replicate that. And interestingly enough is that the transfer rates of the energy from the sun are very high in the plasma state. And as such, that transfer energy is much stronger by many orders of magnitude than we are, say, on this planet in the physicality, which is in fact the lowest energy transfer state. So if we're talking about physics or chemistry, things like of that nature, physical sciences, we're dealing in the lowest energy state. Electricity is a case in point. That's one of the lowest energy states. So when we look at the plasma exchange of energy, that would be the highest energy state. And it has a different characteristic. The plasma can absorb fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. So you have to be able to absorb fields, right? Because you as an energy consumer need to absorb more energy so that you can continue to exist. But what energy do you consume? And so you have to be discriminating. And as such, you create a barrier. So you pick and choose which fields you want to absorb. And what is that criteria? And so we find that the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And when we fail to take that into account, then all sorts of problems manifest. And so this becomes field relationship. And so we have to understand how we can enhance this relationship so that it can be faster and it can be stronger. And can we transcend different energy states and multiple energy states? And so as we look at our Earth space, we found that that's kind of energy state, but that energy state is gravitationally stable. And as a result, we found that our inner space is also gravitationally stable. So the implication clearly is that outer space is also gravitationally stable because it's bound to the ethos of the universe. So the ethos of the universe would become very stable. And so one of the things that we look for our stability in our society is to have a common purpose. And so that common purpose usually surrounds a family. But what do we mean by a family? So we could have a family as in parents and children, or maybe we can be a flock of birds, let's say, or a crop of, say, vegetables. But then we have different interpretations and references. We can be in a gang, or we can be in a herd. And that kind of identifies a species, doesn't it? And then within that, you could have a team. And so that team could be a specific school, let's say like a subject. And from there, that can become a breed, a specific breed. Or you can have a band, like a music band, and then create a group. And that group could be representative of a culture. Culture is a different kind of common purpose. And so all of these families, if you will, these old gatherings are bonded together by friendship. And that friendship gives us strength. So there's a lot of strength in and through association. So that's what the common purpose is of all of these things, is to have some kind of association. So if you're not part of these families, the reason is because it doesn't enhance your association. And so we find that that's one of the problems that we have on this earth, because although we're all part of the earth and we all want to come to this party on earth, the thing is we have politics which break up our party, if you will. We break it up into nations. And then we take the nations and break them up into political parties like liberals and conservatives and Democrats and Republicans. Or sometimes we have some kind of new reform party. And then, of course, we always have that deceptive party, the rhinos, and then that other party, that pity party, which a lot of people take our boo-boos that we have on this planet in terms of physicality and use that as a badge of honor. Do you really want to, say, have a physical disability or a health issue or an addiction as a badge of honor? Why do we keep gravitating to that? It's because we don't understand the universal family and how it's created. The universe exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. And so if it's in motion, it has to go from somewhere to somewhere. So that means all things are in combination. So in order to identify if it's coming or going, it has to have a charge. So that charge represents energy in motion. So that charge is positive or negative, but energy is always positive. And so what we need to understand is how this energy is formed. And so that energy in itself becomes a family formation where we see in the universal order of creation, we're talking about matter, dark matter, and antimatter. 3 different aspects coming together in one family of matter. And so, as we said, with respect to the charge, that governs our strength, whether it's an emission or an absorption strength. And so we refer to it as a magnetic or gravitational relationship. And we can change this relationship through the speed of rotation, the speed of the movement, the strength, and the direction of the movement. And so in simplistic terms, we say, well, when 2 forces come together, but the implication is that 2 forces could be like 2 armies coming together. So we want to differentiate between the universal harvesting, which is self-enhancement, and the Lush harvesting, which is self-consumption. And so the difference has to be, in the universal harvesting, there's a relationship of some source to the individual you. You are part of the process. And when we talk about self-consumption, that's a relationship of some individual to the individual you. So clearly you can see that the universe is of a higher field strength than some individual. And so that's the relationship that we used that allowed us to choose our planet. And well, first we had to see that planet. And so how do we do that? So fundamentally, the gravitational energy is binding. But as we said, some people like to lie, cheat, steal, murder. And this is all Lush harvesting at the expense of others. And so they create this false reality at the lowest energy level. And I say it's a false reality because it's the product. And we only come in where we say 1 and 1 is 2. That's not the way plasma science works. You have to look at more than 2 forces come together. It isn't just a flash or a glow or a glitter or an explosion. There's more to it than just profit. And when, as we see in many countries around the world, they're not forecasting profit, they're forecasting recession. So what does that mean? Are we having confidence in losing? Or lack of confidence in creation? Or are we having a lack of gravitational stability? And where does this come from? So if we're limiting our choices, that means we're accounting for some things or discounting for some things. And so it becomes an arbitrary decision. And that's where we get the difference between the blasts or the bountifulness. Or is it just a genetic defect? Oh, it isn't our fault. So when we look at the principal field matter that comes together, we find that the PM ticks are the magnetical feeding. And as we've seen on the cover of book number 1. And that is an energy parceling unit, which is contributing to the Maggrav field, which comes together from the binding energy of the principal, transition, and convergence matter. And that is converted into the plasma matter. Well, that doesn't explain why we came to Earth. And that doesn't explain why we didn't come to, say, Mars. So there has to be some kind of feedback. And so what we've identified is that we have a field interaction from something, and that is the field of inertia. And so the inertia field that allowed us to come here was fed back to us by the Earth space field. So that Earth space field was way stronger than the Mars space field. And so when we look at the core components and we see that the PM ticks are like an electron because they're magnetical, but then we find that the electron is part of this atomic marriage, which we call an electron and proton marriage, and it's gravitational. And so it becomes a ray. And is that only physical or is it plasmatic? And so when we look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, we find that the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. And they make up this atomic marriage. Well, we make up marriages also. And so the basis of the marriage family is not genetic, except for the fact that it would be a marriage between two humans. And it's not physical, but it is if there's procreation. And so is it emotional? Not if it's temporary. And so the conditions of the marriage family could involve a competition, or it could involve a cooperation. And so what is this link? What is the common denominator here? So if we understand the plasma feeding rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then we understand that the magnetical force fields are dictated by repulsion and attraction, which we call magnetical gravitational field forces. In simple terms, one is feeding and the other is a feedback. And you have to have this relationship to know how to turn it on or how to turn it off, or to increase or decrease it, change the strength. And when you do that, you can either enhance or diminish the positioning. But the thing is, something has to make these choices. And the fact of the matter is this is not something we can delegate. You are the last man standing. You have to make these choices. And so we depend on things, for instance, on things that we can see, and we discussed this in the emotion of vision. But that doesn't just include what we see, it includes what we hear, what we smell, and what we taste. And so actually, these are all feedback visions, aren't they? So what are we feeding? And so there's energy that comes to us. And our soul is positioned at the crossroads of where these energies come. And at that point, we have a plasmatic symbiosis. And so what is symbiosis? Symbiosis is when 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so this binding energy comes in, and we see clearly when we look at the Earth, we find that the Earth is bountiful. And so in order for it to maintain its maggrav condition, it has to be able to attract and absorb more energy. And it does this gravitationally. But in order to maintain that energy, and so as not to explode, it has to repel and emit energy. And it does this magnetically. And so that becomes an elevating energy path also. And so the combination of these two is constituting the maggrav feeding dimension, where we see energy is coming in and more energy is coming in, but at the same time energy is going out and more energy is going out. And so this all becomes part of the energy transmission family. And so we see that there's some energies that pass right through us, such as gamma rays. And so there's some kind of deficiency. And now we understand why on the physical level we have a lowest energy level. But that doesn't mean that that is bad. What we're finding is the opposite. We're finding that this is an additional feature that we have. So where's our problem? And so what we have to understand that this energy that comes to us is all part of ray creation. And as such, there's an emission and there's an absorption. And it comes emitted from various points, from the poles, from the interaction of fields, and there's absorption from poles to poles, and also absorption across different plasmas. And this is all done at light speed. And we're not talking about the physical light, we're talking about beyond the speed of light, as we know it. It has to be, because you're seeing this. And somehow this information got to you before you're seeing this, because we see that when we're looking at the rugs and the clothing that was handed down from the Atlanteans. And these stupid people blew up their place and sank into the Atlantic Ocean. And so we're smarter than they are, except for the fact that they have this organized presentation of the 64 triple base codons of the DNA and the RNA. And so we've seen that in the art and culture of the Mayan community and the Persian community. And there's a big fat ocean in between. And we're trying to see how is that connected. And then the fact that this was way past in our history, and how are we connected to that? Well, that becomes our historical family, doesn't it? And so it's a good thing that we have this connection, because it gives us a family reference where we can bring information and knowledge into our existence. And so energy is transmitted, and it has to transition various energy levels. And somehow it gets transmuted from there to here across this point of existence. And in all cases, it's a reference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And what would really help if we could make some kind of family reference, because the references that we're making have all kinds of deficiencies. So let's say, for instance, we look at the periodic table of elements. That's a family. And we have these Ganses that we're looking at. And so we look at the amino acids like hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. And then we look at these things like copper and zinc, representing the physical and emotional enhancement. And then, of course, the iron, which is gravitational anchorage resting in the blood. And of course, the silicon, which is the gravitational anchorage of the planet. And then we have these mediums like sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, which we call salts, which facilitate the transition of energy between these various energy states. And so we identify these families of elements, but they have isotopes. And we're going to be talking about that in the future much more. But the family of elements represents a stable number of protons. That's the atomic number. And so a stable number of protons has a stable number of electrons, and they are equal. And if it's a stable member, if it's a stable family member, then it has a stable number of neutrons, which equals the number of protons. With the exception of hydrogen, which doesn't have a neutron. Oh, okay, small details. But then we see that the number of neutrons can vary. And so when we're discussing a family of elements, we're talking about the stable part of it. And so we see that the number of neutrons can vary more or less than that stable number. And so if it's, shall we say, an unstable number, then that is an isotope. And that's what that means. So for example, the mass number is the stable isotope that identifies the family. So the stable part of carbon, for instance, is carbon-12. But there's carbon-13 and carbon-14. These are isotopes. So the carbon is a stable family. But if we look at the mass number, and that is not a family, because here we see that there's a carbon-14, nitrogen-14, and oxygen-14. Well, 14 happens to be the stable family for nitrogen. So the carbon-14 and oxygen-14 is the isotope. So really, the confusion here is that the periodic table of elements is a family of elements on this planet. But there's varieties, so that there's other criteria. And so is it genetic? So when we look at the parents and the children, we say, well, that's genetic, isn't it? But if we look at the parents and how they come together emotionally, that's not genetic. Or is it? Well, what about if you have an extended family, right? It's not part of your direct family. So, it could be like aunts and uncles, cousins. Or how about part-time lovers or adopted children? They're not genetic, is it? So we can see that there's an RNA modification, but that comes from the universal energies. So you, as a person, would have an RNA, and your family partner would have an RNA. And so the two of them, as they come together, you have an adaptation of these universal energies, and you're sharing that. That becomes part of the inner space spectrum, that feeding radiance that comes out of the family. And so the offspring becomes the DNA and the sharing of the adaptation of the earth space energy. It's representative of your inner space spectrum, and it's a feedback radiance. And you need that feedback, right? How did you know? So therefore, as part of the knowledge, which is part of the emotion of knowledge, is this energy feeding back. And this energy feeding back comes from an energy feeding pack. But it's a two-way street. But one energy is higher than the other. So that gives you a direction. Regardless of which direction, it's gravitationally stable, isn't it? And so we find that life on this planet is actually radioactive. And it has this gravitational stability. It has this foundational emotion, which is far more powerful than the physical gravitational stability. And we've measured it. it's a lot. So we're 14 times a nuclear bomb explosion that we call Hiroshima. That's how much energy each of us has. It's a lot of energy. And so this is part of the inner space spectrum feeding that we have. And we contribute that to our families. And as we contribute that, then the family itself adapts to these earth space energies. And it maintains a gravitational stability, which is representative of the foundational emotion. But it becomes an inner space feedback. And it too is radioactive. So 1 and 1 is not just more than 2, it's more than a lot. Very, very synergistic. And so we find that all of this part of the creation, this plasmatic symbiosis, is energy and motion that is coming from the universe. And so we have these various PM-TIC rays, like X-rays and gamma rays and cosmic rays and all sorts of rays, not necessarily visible. So if we're trying to keep things simple, we look at our biological family and we say, okay, well, there's a genetic connection. Yeah, I know the basic family started on an emotional basis. So you have the grandparents, they started on an emotional basis, but you're an offspring, you're a genetic offspring, and then the grandparents of your partner, well, they're an emotional connection, but you're a genetic offspring. And then the two of you have an emotional connection, but you transfer that genetic to the grandchildren, your children. So that's a very simple biological family, and it seems to work very well. But in reality, when we look at our society, there's things like divorce and death and partners break up or partners make up. And so we may have more than just a pair of grandparents. And we may have just more than just a pair of parents to the children. And as a result, we may have more than just a physical family from the one section, but we can introduce another family from another marriage. And then where's the connection? And so as we said before, this becomes the emotional connection, and it becomes a matter of choice, doesn't it? Well, we're all part of this human family. That's our species, isn't it? We're part of this planet. We're the human family on this planet. But you know, there's vertical families and horizontal families, right? And then there are genetic families. And then we find there's also genetically modified families. So the thing is that there is a maternal RNA and a paternal RNA. And they're different. But as a species, the maternal RNA dominates the human family. And there's a connection. But that's not the way we look at our society. You know, we have other criteria like the racial family. And, you know, let's look at a few examples of a racial family. Let's say, since this is part of the North American group, let's say you're born in England but living in Canada. Well, the English speak English, don't they? Also do people in Canada. So it's part of the same language, isn't it? So it's an English language family. Okay, that's cool. But what happens if you are living in Canada, but you're born in Africa? Well, now you can't say that it's the same language. It's two different countries, but it's also a different language. But what happens if you have an interracial father, but you're born in Canada? So you not only would have a different language, but you could have a different culture. But what happens if both parents are interracial and you're born in Canada? So now you have different genetics. So all of these examples, you could say that you're Canadian. But really what it goes to show that as a nation, Canada is just a land of immigrants. So what is the family connection? So as we say, genetically, the maternal RNA is the main connection. And all connections that derive from that are like an emotional connection, such as marriage. Who are you? You are your soul. And so that becomes a species connection. Well, which of these family criteria decides your family and your family connections? So let's look at the plasma family. And so we see the physical construct of a glass bottle. But we know that the physical construct of the glass is a plasmatic substructure. And inside that bottle, and we can see right through it. So yes, it's physical, but we can see right through it. It's transparent, and we can see the GANs inside. And yes, that GANs is physical, but it's plasmatic. And it has its own energy. And as such, we have this hole in the middle of the GANs. And what is there? It's nothing. It's vanished. It's not just transparent, it's just not even there. And so there's something that is feeding, and what we're looking at is the feedback. So we can see the energy in motion, can't we? That's part of the plasma family. So we have to trust in that family, because the believing is not just in the seeing, the believing is in the knowing. And so when we look and create the cups of life, and what do we find? We take the three elements, the nano-coated copper, the plain copper, and the zinc plate, and we're able to create not just more than two, but CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs, all of which are in the plasmatic state of a higher energy state than the physical state. And collectively, each cup, when we're looking at the cup of soul, which includes the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, and the cup of physicality, each one has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And then collectively, as a family, they have a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And it's representative of us. So we too have a magnetical gravitational relationship with our souls, because there's a plasma interaction. It's this emotion of knowledge which interacts with our emotion of vision. So our emotion of vision is the energy that we get, and the vision of what we see with respect to the feedback of our environment. And so that becomes our point of dynamic plasma manifestation. And so now we understand how the Earth got here first, because we see that there's a twin rotation of the twin hemispheres, and these rotations are in opposite directions. But when we look at the Earth space, it has a gravitational stability, and only rotates in one direction. And the sun rises, therefore, in one direction and sets in another direction, and does this reliably day in and day out And we're very grateful for that. Thank God for gravitational stability. We need some stability in our life, because in order to maintain that stability, we have to understand that the sun, in order to maintain its stability, has to have these twin plasma suns, which represent energy in motion. Energy in motion, that's a two-way street. And so when we look at the energy in motion of the sun and the energy in motion of the earth, and we say, well, the path down the streets of energy in motion are all equal. Well, wait a second. The sun and the earth don't seem to be very equal, but yes, they're both gravitationally stable. So we really have to choose this equality reference point. And so we have to see that the energy that it comes in and is converted and then is manifest, that manifestation becomes this inertia conversion. And we'll talk about that more next week. And so this reality dimension that we can't see is this covalent bond dimension that is between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And we know it's there because we can operate in these two dimensions, and we've already seen that. We not only have the GANS as a plasma and the glass as a physicality, but we have this hole in the GANS, which clearly is physical, but it's not there. So there's more to it. There's this dynamic plasma relationship. And so it all comes from this inner space point within this inner space field, and then transmits out and around, but doesn't stop there. So when we look at the sun, for instance, it also transmits from its sun space field from that point within that sun space point, and it transmits to another plasma field. But which plasma field? Because clearly we have more than one planet. And if we're selfish, we say, oh, you know, the sun's giving us all this energy, and we're so grateful we have this wonderful Earth space, but then we would have to discount all the other planets, wouldn't we? And so we don't want to discount them, but we weren't born to them. So all the planets are equal, but not in our decision-making choice to be born to this planet, because we made a dynamic plasma family relationship. And so there has to be a family reference. And so that's the reality dimension that goes from one family to another family. So really the sun space is part of our family, and the earth space is part of our family. And so we have been part of that feeding and feedback radiance. We're part of that reality dimension. We're in that fourth dimension because we're the observers. And so this is representative of knowledge in motion, as we've discussed last week. So now we understand that the energy that is coming to us is coming from some family reference. And as we emit, it's going to some family reference. And so in the process, we take what we need and we give what we do not need. And the idea is to enhance your soul, and that's what we absorb. And then the idea is to emit, to enhance other souls, because we're all part of the same soul family. There's a communication. When you look at an organ, and let's say it's a pancreas, and you have a tumor, it's a disruption of communication, isn't it? And it's just a part of that organ, isn't it? But that organ is a family reference. The organ is the family, and the tumor is just part of that family. So in some cases, you just cut out the tumor, right? And in other cases, Well, why don't we just cut out the whole organ? Maybe you have two, like you have two lungs or you have two kidneys. Can't do that with the heart, right? You only have one heart. So, there's nothing wrong with the lung. It's perfectly healthy except for this little tumor. So we'll get rid of the tumor, right? Because it's kind of the black sheep in the family. Well, it's part of the community. If any member of that community is sick, the whole community is sick. So it's not a cancerous tumor, say on the organ. You say the organ is cancerous. The whole community is sick. And so as a community, we are part of the soul family, and that's the reference that we make. So on a personal basis, we find all the cell souls in our body are part of our soul family reference. All the souls on this planet are part of the community soul family that represents the peace stone. And all planets and all part of the solar system space is part of the universal community. But not only, it extends beyond there. So what do you want to reference? And so what you reference is what you give and take. And from where does that come? And how do you position yourself? Are you a leader, or do you have to figure out who to follow? So in simple terms, you have to look at your source of inspiration. And so you find that we all are part of the same soul family, aren't we? And we know that because that's in the emotion of knowledge that we get. And who better to teach us than the vertical people families? They have their own families. Not only do they have their own species, but collectively all of these species together make up the vertical people's family. And so they all follow this emotion of knowledge. They have this intelligence. I wonder what school they went to. And so we find that they are answering the call of freedom and emancipation. That call of freedom comes from the soul of the earth. And we find that the universe is emotionally normal. And so the earth seeks this freedom and emancipation. And man can choose his existential adaptation to the harvest of the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe soul family. So we see that we have a basic problem in the pursuit of happiness. We're lost in space. We have the failure to see our emotional position. And now we understand that we've never launched a rocket into outer space because we don't know where outer space is. But what we do know is that 100% of the souls born here preferred the emotion of knowledge that brought us here as opposed to the street smarts that we need to kind of survive on this place. And so not only are we trying to survive on this planet, but we're trying to survive in the rest of the universe. And we have to follow this emotional position map that is governed by the magnetical gravitational fields, which are a feeding radiance and a feedback radiance. And our position there is the reality dimension in between, and it's a two-way street. So that means if we say the sequence of the souls is the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of man, clearly the welcome mat is the missing link. You have to put the welcome mat somewhere. You have to be welcome. You're not a barbarian. You're not a terrorist. You're not a bully boy. What we're discussing is the matter plasma dimensions, the physical state, which you can touch, and then plasmatic state, which you can't see. And then we find 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so that gives you all 3 dimensions. And say, well, it's a kind of genetic feeding. But in terms of feedback, it's kind of a genetic modification, isn't it? And so which dominant state are you? Are you the dominant matter state that is fed by the emotion of knowledge, or are you the common defect denominator that is fed by your environment and its toxicity? And so in this process where we're searching for outer space, it all has to do with a manifestation point, but a specific kind. And that is the physicality, which is the lowest energy state. And so to differentiate, that's part of materialization. And so what we really want to do is to transition from dematerialization to materialization and back again. And so we have to understand how to cross this reality dimension from this transparency point to this manifestation point. So how do we get here? So we have to have this planet soul priority, don't we? Because the here has to be here before we get here. So the soul of the earth has to come first. And it got here because the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun attracted the soul of the earth. Okay, well, there we go. Now we have the soul of the earth. But the soul of the earth needs to attract its body, the soul of its body. And so it interacts with the soul of the sun. 1 and 1 is more than 2. Okay, so now that we have the soul of the earth body, let's look at our soul and see that, okay, so the soul of the earth plus the soul of the earth body. Oh, wait a second. I wasn't here first. The souls of the family of man were here. You all are part of the soul of the family of man. The souls of the family of man all came to Earth. They didn't come to Mars. Well, that makes life a lot simpler. Okay, so now that we have the souls of the family of man, in conjunction with the soul of the earth body, now we've attracted the souls of the family bodies of man. Okay, so this is where the soul party reference comes in. Yeah, let's have a party. And so now, if we are attracting the soul of man, we have to understand that it's the soul of the earth plus the souls of the family of man that attract the soul of man. And so now that we have the soul of man, it can interact with the soul of the families of the bodies of man and attract the soul of your body. Well, this is good. Now we have a family. Now we have an association. And so the party continues. And so we find that in Earth space, now that it has a soul of the earth body, it can interact with the soul of the sun body and manifest the physicality of the earth. Well, let's get that welcome mat out, because now we can talk about the humanity reference. And so it's the souls of the family bodies of man with the soul of the earth body that manifests into the family bodies of man, the physical family bodies of man. Okay, well, this is a good thing, because in order for me to be born, my parents had to be here first. And before they came here, their parents had to be there. So, okay, this is starting to make sense. So therefore, now that we have the souls of the family bodies of man and the soul of our body, now we can manifest into the physical body of man, and therefore we can be born. but we're not born as adults, we're born as babies. And so we will find that we as adults can also then travel to Mars, and we'll also find that out in the next month or so. So our whole focus has been on man space and understanding man space and the different energy states that occupy our man state. But man state in man space is only one point of view. What we have to look at is our man space and its construct. And so we see that, well, if 1 and 1 is more than 2, and as observers, we're not part of that, and the soul of man is you, so you're not part of that. So to be part of that, to bring in the soul of the cells, we have to bring in the soul of the body. But how did the soul of the body know to come here? So it had to interact with the soul family. That's the family reference field. So our plasma fields had to interact with the soul plasma fields, which interacted with the Earth space plasma field. And then specifically on that Earth plasma field, we had our various target points. And so we all came to that point. But the communication continues. And we all communicate with our Earth soul. And since we all communicate with that, then we're all part of the soul family. So in fact, the soul family and the Earth plasma field connect and make the peace dome. And so that's the reality dimension. And so we find that the outer space is not a place. It's a method of energy transfer. It's energy in motion. And we have to understand how to do that. So when he created the cups of life, we understand that those weren't cups of the pandemic. They represented that core space, our inner space, and our emotional strength, and how we adapt to our environment, and the fact that we can, and we're the last man standing. And as we want to cross that peace bridge, we understand that our vision comes from the emotion of knowledge. And what we do know, why we came to the Earth space, is because the landscape on the Earth space is heaven, and our dreamscape is peace. We're inherently peaceful. And so wherever we came, that's where we are, and that's who we are. So there's a problem. Science needs to meet the soul of man for peace, because the universe is peaceful. And so what are we seeing? We're seeing the building of a new family. Well, it's not really a new family. It's a new family that has new awareness. It's really an old family. We've known this all along. And now that we're in the post-December 16th era, we have choices where we can transmute from outer space to this bountiful space of Earth space, and we can do it gracefully in that sweet space of our inner space. And so on March 24th, we're coming to a very pivotal time, a time when the world leaders need to be introduced to the true power of the emotional knowledge of our soul family. We carry that knowledge, and we're part of that family. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So we're calling all Earth space sweethearts, make the conscious choice that you have already made in the dreamscape as a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen, and sign it with your heart, and sign it with your soul, and get others to do the same thing, and understand that the emotion of vision allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. And so as we follow that emotional position map, let the universal community be your travel guide. So we see that the earthbound soul family is looking for a physical and emotional gravitational transformation. We all have this emotion of knowledge, and it's the transmutation connection to that manifestation point which allows adaptation and awareness of that inner space emotional construct that connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. So this emotion of knowledge, this emotion of knowledge feeding is of the essence of the soul family's morality. Emotional knowledge is the feeding, and it's the essence of our morality. So choose wisely and dare to dream, because the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson today. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Very interesting as always, and unique as always. Normally, we get to exchange some information or ideas or ask questions at this point in time. Alex, are you up to answering any questions?
Yes, I am willing and able.
Okay. Well, why don't we open up the floor? One of the questions before you started, Gail had put into the chat, what are the attributes of a true leader? Now, she answers herself by saying humble, but there must be more to a true leader than just being humble. Is that a question you'd like to entertain?
I have to entertain that every week because as I do these classes in that position, I am the leader. But if I am the leader, it's because I have something to lead you to. But once you get there, then I'm no longer the leader, am I? Then I'm part of the family. Well, I'm part of your family, but you become part of my family. That's the nature of the family, isn't it? So the whole reason for leaders and followers is to teach, is to show the way. Because we don't have, each of us doesn't have 6,000 hours to review. And, you know, when you look at a typical North American work year, there's 2,000 hours. So we're talking about at least over 3 hours of full-time learning. And do you learn it on the first go? As you see, I try and repeat and repeat and repeat because it reinforces. But also it allows you to see in context all the things that we've accumulated. So we build on it brick by brick. And we're not trying to build a wall of bricks. We're trying to build a building. So you have to look at the scheme and say, well, maybe you're laying bricks, or maybe you're building a wall. But what we want to do is we want to build more than that. But we really have to question ourselves as to what we want to do. Because if we don't, then we have to abdicate a responsibility to someone else. And here's what we know. The people that we've abdicated that responsibility to, and in fact paid for, are dropping the ball. And so it becomes a question, are they dropping it because they're incompetent, Or are they dropping it because they are sabotaging? Well, we've come to the point now where we're not the judges. You become your own judge. And so in the process, as you become your own judge, you have to rationalize your misconducts. Well, that's fine, but you have to take care of your own business. And so in your own business, you have to realize that you, as the last man standing, that you don't become that tumor on the organ, because you are part of the community. And if you are the weak link, then you're not holding up your end. And you say, well, who told me to hold up this end? You did, because you were born. You weren't born for no reason. And you certainly weren't born to let other people abuse you. And so we have a lot of abuse in a lot of different ways, and we call that addiction. But what is the result? We have three main insecurities: a communication insecurity, food insecurity, and energy insecurity. Well, we're in the process now where the book of excuses has been closed. And we not only have the ability, but by extension, we have the responsibility to stabilize that and become gravitationally stable in all those insecurities. And what does it do? It not only enhances our community, it not only enhances our Earth space family, it not only enhances the soul family of the Earth space family, but it allows us to enhance the universal community soul family. And so if we are part of the universal soul family, then where is the position for racial discrimination? Because clearly, when we talk about humanity, we're talking about the reference to our Earth space. Would we look the same if we changed the environment? I can't answer that question. I can only contemplate that. And if we want to establish a family, by extension, then do we just limit that to our Earth space soul family? Or by extension, could we build a family in conjunction with our universal community soul family? And so we find that because we can retrograde genetic modification for the vertical people families, therefore we can do that for the horizontal people families, and we're part of that family. And so these defects, these boo-boos, these physical limitations and toxic accumulations are not to be packaged and carried forward. They're to be, shall we say, emitted and reprocessed, because they're all energy. And so it's not useful to us. So there's no point for us to carry it and bind it, release it, incorporate it back so that others can use it, but not in that physical construct, in the plasmatic construct of energy and motion. That's what you want to do. So you emit what you want and you absorb what you need. And that's your responsibility. We've already made that determination. We already made that deal because we're here. Hello. Over to you.
So you said 6,000 hours of teaching in the workshops? Is that what you were?
Yeah, give or take a few minutes.
And then we have all this, not only listening to it, then we need to understand it. We need to comprehend it, and we need to apply it. So that's
Yeah.
quite a monumental task. And he says he just barely cracked the door open on this knowledge.
Well, I've got my hands in the crack there. I'm pushing the door as hard as I can.
The light is just getting into the hallway.
Yeah.
Would someone else like to come in here and ask or raise a point, share some knowledge you understand? And you always say, Alex, how did our soul get here? Why didn't it go to Mars, or why didn't it go to Jupiter, or why did it come here? Now, Mr. Keshe said in this last workshop that why was your soul created here at this time and not 100 years before or 100 years after? He was saying it was to witness the biggest change that humanity has ever gone through. So was our soul created here, or did we ask permission to perhaps share physicality with another? Or
of course. Yes, you're 100% correct. Because then that's the point. That's been part of the missing link, that welcome mat. We have all created a welcome mat for the new souls to come to this planet, because regardless how bad the situation is, and we don't want to focus on the problem, we want to focus on the solutions. And one of the ways that we solve things, we know the joy that we get when a new baby comes into our life, right? Because they don't have the baggage that we have. So it kind of gives us hope and inspiration, doesn't it? But now, if we understand the difference between the physicality and the plasma reality, we see that the way we bring new souls into this planet can also be enhanced, so that we avoid this kind of misconduct that we have on this planet. So two things. We don't want to feed the misconduct of this planet by bringing new souls in the same way. And we don't want to feed the misconduct on this planet by participating in their lack of confidence in creation. So we have to trust. We have to have confidence. And that confidence needs to have proof of concept, doesn't it? And that proof of concept is beyond seeing is believing, because you didn't see yourself being born. You didn't see the baby born. You say, well, yeah, I did see the baby born. Well, no, you didn't, because you didn't see the conception, right? Oh, did you see the glint in daddy's eye? Well, that's how you describe it, because you want to reference something with respect to the physicality. But what is that glint in daddy's eye? Well, there's no glint in mommy's eye? So there's more. And when we can't go to our scientific community and get the answers, then we run to the spiritual community. And all they do is heap guilt on us. Like, we're the sinful ones. Well, if we're so sinful, why would we want to be born in sin? That doesn't make any sense. If I have a choice, I am choosing between, the choice is peace and prosperity, isn't it? That's the obvious choice. So what's the problem?
I don't think Mr. Keshe is wondering how he got here, but he did raise the question, he said, with his aunt. I don't know if it was his mother's sister or father's sister, where he said he had some evidence and he wasn't sure how he arrived in this particular family. And apparently he presented the evidence to the aunt, but she said she has no idea. I don't know exactly what he was referring to, but I think that was in the last workshop. So
Well, again, you made a decision to come to a particular family, right? Your parents are part of your soul family, aren't they? You made a decision to come to that family, and that family is already part of the soul family that is part already of the earth space, right?
So these energies already existed before they were created here. If you're saying you made a conscious decision to end up in a certain place and position, or was that just the energies deciding that?
Well, this is the point. There's clearly more energy in you than there is in a stone. You have a special feature, and that is that you are capable of doing more than the stone. Well, I assume. So this is why we say, when you want to diminish your capabilities, you get stoned. Well, do you want to work hard to diminish your capabilities where we already are working in a lowest energy state, being the physicality? So do we want to hamper ourselves with illnesses and brag about that, or do we want to pursue drug addiction or alcohol addiction? Just all kinds of misconduct for the sake of our existence. Well, we don't need to do anything for the sake of our existence because we already exist. What we need to do is for the sake of our purpose. And so we have to identify what that purpose is, and we really need to be harsh in terms of identifying that. So in other words, we become the judge. And then this becomes a very important thing, because when you defer judgment to others, well, then you're abdicating your responsibility. And your proof of concept is by looking at, the physical space around us. There are no courts and grocery stores and banks in space, and that space is not even outer space. That's all part of our inner space that we can see.
Thank you, Alex. I think Dean had his mic open, unless he was just opening and closing it. But Dean, did you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex. I was just going to say that in answer to one of the questions that first came up about being a leader. So, and Alex mentioned many things and answered it very well. It's that position of how would you deal with yourself if you ask the questions that that are outside of us. So when we have anything in the matter state that's going on that is affecting our emotions, how do we deal with that within inside ourselves with transferring the energy from our thoughts and intentions into our into a soul aspect that will then, like a sun, radiate out. So we become the centralized core, and it's once it's switched on, like a soul, it's constant. And like a sunny day, the clouds that cover the sun, but the sun nonetheless is constantly shining at a certain field strength that creates a cycle of life continuously. And when we start to act like that in our thoughts and intentions, then we naturally become a leader, because others will be bathed within this field strength of the energy flow, of the essence of what the truth is and what the beauty is that we all have within us. Each and every single one of us has that intrinsic beauty, and once you start tapping in, then it shines very brightly, and you create, as you've shown, thank you, Alex, this peace dome, the emotion and knowledge. So at the moment, I've been making some. I've got some material that very kindly Joseph managed to collect for me, and now I've now started. So it's like zinc, and I've had an intention to go to a work position of helping others and spreading the knowledge. And there's been many transitions on how I was going to use this material. So to turn them into a tool to teach the knowledge. And at the moment, for whatever reason, they've been turned into like a figure of 8 rolled around itself, so that it folds back on itself. And it's continuous from one side to the other. And so one is magnetical and one is gravitational. However, it flips, but it's continuous. It continuously is in motion. And then I have the thought, shall I turn this into a, shall I nanocoat it? Shall I open up molecular structure? Shall I create the space gap and add the energy flow? Or shall I use the energy flow of the soul to interact with the metal and create the space gap and create the sphere around it, and then pass on this this knowledge and this sharing to others, with the sole intention of the first twist of the material, which was zinc wire, that will bring about a condition like we were speaking about earlier on, where somebody's new to the knowledge. And the interaction is that the soul has brought them into a position to be present. They receive all the wisdom and guidance from all these beautiful souls present, and they suddenly become their own leader. They suddenly understand that once they start interacting with plasma and they come forward, you are a natural leader. And every single soul present is this. There just comes a time, place, and position when you come to understand that you come forward. You position yourself where all the energies and all the souls present understand that you have now reached a position of understanding yourself. And then, as I said, you become this leader. And whether that leader is in the physicality for other souls, the leader of men, or the leader of animals or plants, or all the beings present, or whether it's for yourself, it's all the same thing. It's coming forward and shining very brightly and interacting in this, again, the words on the screen, the dynamic plasma interaction. You become those fields. You just emanate it and give out. And it's very easy once you step into that condition to, and it's the small things. It's the real little things that you do, that the first instant you think it, the other souls that are present in the moment receive that gift, and they interact in that moment with you. You create the field strength. You become this bright shining star. You become a leader, and that then goes out into the fields that are all around us, because everything's a plasmatic field. And when it's touched, as soon as the thought goes out, it has this incredible ability to connect with everything and everybody. And when we stay in that position of that, we suddenly start creating little things. Like it could be this thing that I hold in my hands right now. However, the thought and the intention that I put into this suddenly transmutes in, and it grows. The plasma, the sphere around it grows, it expands, and then this gets passed on maybe physically, but it could also be intuitively on a soul level, where the other soul will receive the energy as I've thought and spoken the words, and now I'm acting upon it. It's that that all the teachings have been speaking about this many times, that when you do all three and you connect all the dots, then you start creating a new cycle of life. Not only within your own sphere of influence, within inside yourself, and so all the plasmas within inside yourself start to connect with everything, and they start vibrating or start interacting. They start receiving informations and feel strength that enhances. And then when you speak or give to another, in any shape or form, with this thinking, speaking, and acting in the correct manner, the ethos of the universal flow, which is what the universal family are here to establish and to share with humanity, then we tap into it, and then we start feeding others, and then we start feeding ourselves as well. And that's when you can feed yourself and become the leader of yourself, and have that thought process and that peace process within inside yourself, then it expands out, and it touches others in, as I've just explained, in all ways, in the physicality and on a soul level. And it is the little things, the little ripple that vibrates out, goes through the field strength of everything around us, and starts hitting the notes. It starts tingling things. It starts a chain reaction that grows and becomes this super plasma, this field strength that touches everything. And it all starts from the smallest little plasma you could possibly think of, because that is the same as a universe. So this is why the little things are so important, and I've come to understand that very recently in everything that's going on. It's that when you just do the smallest little thing that gives to another, and you become part of it, and they become part of it, the expansion, the enhancement just is felt across the universes, felt across your universe, the universe you've touched of the other soul, and in the physicality, and also on a dynamic field strength of a soul level, which is unlimited, which goes back to the whole of creation and the creator. And that spark of the creator is within us. It's you, it's me, it's everything. It's in every dynamic plasma you could possibly think of. It's the field strength of emotion. It's the field strength of physicality. It's a field strength of every interaction that we can imagine, and that we can actually physically touch, but also magnetically, gravitationally come to be with our interactions of being present in the moment. And that is you become that reactor that starts interacting with all the other gaseous elements if you're in in this particular environment, and you start this completion, and like the odors and all that are interacting. Mr. Keshe said that there's an odor for the universe. So in a matter state condition, in a body with our nose, we would smell this on a physical level. However, I've experienced this, and I know that you can experience this on a dynamic soul level. The soul smells, it doesn't have a nose. However, I've experienced this. It definitely smells this overwhelming odor that is from the creation, and it is quite beyond when you actually first experience it, or not just there's many other things. There's many ways to experience this, but when you do, it touches creation, it touches you, it touches everything that you're part of, and you become that tiny little bit of a fraction of the point of nothing that is everything. It is the space gap, and it is the creation direct link to the creator and everything that is. And it all expands from 0 point, from that complete nothing is everything, absolutely everything. And so the tiniest little thing that you initiate, that you bring to life with your interactions and your thought, and your acting upon even a word, whatever it is, however you describe it, it creates a new cycle. And from that very tiny cycle, it can be a world, it can be a galaxy, universes, and everything else in between. And also, the more humble you become with it, the bigger it gets. And it really is that. So there's my thoughts anyway. There's some thoughts to do. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark.
Well, that was brilliant, Dean. Brilliant. So what I've been trying to discuss today, when we talk about leadership, is when I was born, or when you were born, you weren't first, and you weren't the leader. There were at least 7 billion people on this planet before you were born. And that's the number of people who were on the planet when you were born. That in no way is accounting for the number of people who have already been here and left. And so when we look at that tally, it would be, well, has anybody added that up? So it becomes an astronomical number. Well, isn't that appropriate adjective, astronomical? Yeah, it's a massive number. So, we seem to be amazed by the presence of 7 or 8 billion people. And then we say that it's a lot of people. Well, yeah, it is a lot of people, but it certainly isn't overcrowding. We have so many things that we need to do, and we have only contributed massively on a misconduct basis. So we have to undo that. So whatever we had for this generation and the previous generation, we need all those bodies to clean up. And then we need another group of bodies to be able to advance beyond there. So we're all in this predicament where we come as babies, but we grow up into be adults. And as such, not only do we come as followers, but we assume the mantle of leadership, each in our own way. And the fact is that we're all equal. So there is no someone more equal than others. We're all equal because we're all feeding off the same energy that is being dispatched by the soul family. We're all part of the soul family. Mm-hmm. So it just becomes a question of what do we determine as the boundaries of that soul family? Well, I think we've firmly established the boundaries as being without boundaries. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, wonderful. It is. It's when you actually start to take on board some of the things you've just spoken about, and you actually operate, you function in this way, and you get touched by the plasma in physicality. Obviously, as a soul, we've been positioned here, and we came here with in a aspect ratio of let's say a numbers game of countless numbers of souls present across the universe. We decided to come to this particular place, time, and position, and be present. And we could have chosen anywhere. We could have been anywhere in any point. You spoke about 7 or 8 billion people, souls, but even let's just take a beach. Let's just take let's take the actual the beach itself. You know, the actual sand particles on one beach on planet Earth. There would be trillions of souls present on that beach. And then within that grain of sand, there's another universe, another constellation of souls. So we can look at it from many different ways, many different perspectives of physicality, and then when you start to understand the souls, the numbers are beyond what we can comprehend. So and that's just one aspect. You know, I took a beach, but it could be anything. You know, literally anything. And if you go into a position of a thought, which is a space gap. So within that thought, if you open your eyes and look in your environment right now, and then have a thought, and within that thought, this creates. So it's like it's floating, it's there, and it's creating, and it's in its own sphere, and it's now a creation, and it's expanding, and it's creating another condition, another universe, a new cycle. And that thought is now within the sphere of your home or wherever you are now. But then if you expand it out, you can then send that thought off to grow and become part of a much bigger totality. It could be the thought that reaches the other side of the planet and initiates another soul to have a wonderful thought that then creates something that could enhance mankind. This thought could also then transmute and grow and transverse the whole of the universe, the whole of the unicos. It's all from a just being in the moment, being present, and creating. And there's so many ways to do it. It's unlimited. And when you suddenly actually I don't want to say think, but when you actually create the thought, then you understand how unlimited it really is. There are no limitations. So create well, enjoy. Thank you, Alex.
Yes, I think Jacko wanted to come in. I heard him tooting his horn, or maybe that was just the call waiting. He may not be able to open his mic, but he did have it open momentarily. In the meantime, Ike has put into the chat, is it possible that with all these Universal Knowledge Foundation is teaching, everything we have here on Earth could be duplicated in space and out of space as plasma versions of what's already existing here on Earth? I know, Mr. Keshe, go ahead.
An emphatic yes.
I remember Mr. Keshe at one point in location saying, because of all the trillions and trillions and trillions of interactions that have happened on here on this planet, and again, this was at one point in location, he said we could not replicate it. It's almost an impossibility. But there are planets that are similar to ours, where we'll actually be able to, well, I mean, similar in fields that we could manifest ourselves as a man in that location, but there are not many places like that. That's what I recall. Anyone else? Go ahead, Alex, if you had something you wanted to add to it.
It's Dean again here. Can you? So let's just have a thought, of the peace within, this sphere that we have right now, in this time, place, and position that we are. So where all this peace, all this balance interacts with itself and starts creating. So on our planet, we have all this nonsense going on at the moment, and we've come to the knowledge seekers are very aware of it and don't do this so much. Many people have come to accept the condition, and as the knowledge spreads, these people become elevated and enlightened to the possibilities. So if we have one thought between us as knowledge seekers to create this peace, and we've been doing this with the peace dome and spreading the Ganses and everything else. But if we are creating this and we are elevating the other souls, as they become part of it and they interact, we're already creating these other worlds, these other places. And another thing that was said, Alex, you said about us coming to here and being born. Born in physicality. But however, the explanation of Mr. Keshe is that we have, physicality, we have a soul of physicality, and we have a soul. So we have this trinity, this condition that is creating in the matter state. However, are we present within that? Even as I speak now, is that something that's here physically in this moment, or is everything around it a creation of a thought from a position somewhere else? How do you see that, Alex? That's a good question.
Okay. Do we have any easier questions? No. Okay.
No.
All right. Thanks, Dean, because it's a very important question, and I think that's why the subject of soul family today comes into question. You see, because if we look at our construct and said that, oh well, the three amigos, our friends. Well, first of all, your soul is your best friend. You know why? Because it's you, and your soul will never lie to you. You know why? Because you'd be stupid to lie to yourself, because you could never get away with it, right? Can you imagine? Oh, you're lying. Oh no, I was trying to hide it. You're trying to hide a lie from yourself. It's impossible. So your soul is your best friend. However, there are other souls. And so what I want to draw the attention to is, certainly you have the soul of the body, and you know that because you can go to sleep and your body will be perfectly safe, and you can arrive back into your body. So that's you that's leaving and you that's coming back in the morning. So the soul of the body is taken care of. And it's a good thing that it's taken care of, because it also has a whole bunch of cells, trillions of them. And each of them has a soul. And each of them is responsible for the health and well-being of that particular cell, but not alone, in conjunction with the community. So the individual cells in the kidney are looking after the kidney soul community. The individual cells in the pancreas are looking after the pancreas souls of the community. So all the souls of the community are looking after the soul of the body community. But this soul of the body community is part of the family of souls of this planet. This is the part that we're missing. So if you would have, let's say, one kidney that was deficient in terms of, let's say, it started to fail for whatever reason, and so you say, well, I have two kidneys. If we were to believe in the strongest is the fittest, then one kidney would attack the other kidney, wouldn't it? But how stupid is that, when both kidneys are part of the soul family of the soul of the body? So the essence of the souls is all based on the ethos of the universe, and that is to provide life. So if there is a deficiency in terms of the exchange of energy, then it manifests itself in terms of illness. But if there's a supplement in terms of energy, then it manifests itself in terms of healing. So the healing on a physical basis is already compromised because it's on the lowest energy level. So what we have to do if we want to heal is we have to draw it in from a higher energy source. And the highest energy source within our family is our soul, the soul of man. And so we are in that dimension that we're viewing the manifestation of the physicality, excuse me, which is a byproduct of the combination of the souls of the body of man, the souls of the cells, and the soul of the families of the bodies of man who are already on this planet. Because if you were the last man standing, you have to make that decision. But if you're the last man, you don't want to be standing. You want to leave. And so by association, by being part of that family, we have this urge to stay here. It's not exclusively our decision. It's in context. It's in reference. It's in reference to these other soul families because we're part of that family. So it would be like having a sports team and you're all dressed in the same uniform, but one of those is playing for the other side. Well, guess what? He's going to sabotage all the work that you're doing on your team, isn't it? So you find that he's not part of the family. And so when we set up these teams, they're not for the purposes of conflict. They're basically for the purposes of organization, or in terms of sports teams or musical teams, like let's say a musical band or a choir or an orchestra. That is for purposes of entertainment. And so we don't seem to understand the importance of entertainment and the importance of understanding life. Because if we don't understand life, then maybe we shouldn't pursue that understanding. We should just focus all our time and attention on sports activities and other forms of entertainment. And no wonder we get depressed, because it's abdicating our capability to someone else. So in other words, we don't even go on stage. We only become part of the audience. And every time you look at an event, you'll see that there's less people on stage than there are in the audience. It's just the way it works, isn't it? And so the more people that are in the audience, well, technically speaking, I guess the more money the entertainers get. And so this is where the higher energy feeds the lower energy. And then what's wrong with that? The spectators are happy. The players on stage are happy. This is, what you call a win-win situation. And it's done, what do you call it? Welcoming. It's not done by force. No one forces you, let's go and see that musical group. No, I don't want to. Well, if you don't want to, you're not going. Why would you want to go pay that amount of money and go through all that effort to go to it? And, I have to ask myself the question, because I've seen it. And you take a welfare family, and I've seen it. They've gone from, say, here in Ontario to Quebec, the adjoining province. It's a 3-day trip. There's gas, there's lodging, there's food, and there's the tickets. All of that costs $1,000 for a 3-day trip for a family who's on welfare. And you say, what kind of choices are you making? You're making the choice for entertainment, but because your life is so pitiful So while you're in this pitiful stage for the other 362 days of the year, you can revel in the memory of these 3 days of participating in the audience of this musical group. And this is a real life story. I was mortified when I seen this because they don't have any money. But obviously, it's not the money that they have, it's the value that they place on it, and it's what they do with it. And they don't want to do anything with it except to be entertained. So you become passengers, and you become not even a follower. You just become, a drifter. You're just, one of those things floating around in the sea of whatever. And, if we're part of the creator, then that becomes an obligation to us. And as such, then we're exchanging energies with the universe. What happens in that process? We find that the more that we give, the more we receive. So we came here as babies and we grew up to be as adults. So we are more than what we started with. So why would we want to work hard to diminish that? Life is already tough enough, and we need all the capabilities that we have and that we can. So that becomes the difference between being egocentric and being community centric. Because if your community is safe, you're safe. But if you're safe and your community is dangerous, I don't care how you mask it, you're still in danger. And we are all in danger because we have a bunch of irresponsible people who are running around still loose, and they're becoming more and more desperate because they are clinging to this lowest energy state. And for them, they're more equal than we are. So they want to hang on to this, and it becomes an addiction. We will be addressing this addiction. However, in our opinion, and it's not a judgment of them, it's a judgment of ourselves, how we conduct ourselves. Do you want to conduct yourselves that way? Then you become part of the problem. Or do you want to conduct yourselves another way? Then you become part of the solution. So you become focus centric and you get to choose. Now, what happens when we allow the environment for their soul to interact and for the soul to reconnect with the soul of the body? Well, there's an opportunity that the soul of the man, their soul, their friend, will say, hey, you know what? You need to listen to this. Or their soul of the body may say, gee, curious, what is that? Maybe I want to reconnect. If either of those two things happen, the game's over. Because at that point, they become their own judge. And then the pain begins. And so knowingly, the resistance may then be increased where the souls don't want to reconnect. All that does is increases the pain and the penalty. But, the thing is, you can't assume that it's going to be right across the board. There are souls who are coerced into being in those positions. And the more they're coerced into that position, whether it be through bribery or through some kind of terrorism, that resistance will completely break down. And you can bank on that. And in fact, that bank is far more secure than some of the banks that are hanging around today. So, and that's the only comment I want to make at that part. What I want to say is the soul family governs. And so you are welcome. The welcome mat is out. Participate with the soul family. And then you become not the harsh judge, but the responsible judge. And so you govern yourself accordingly. And then guess what? Instead of that tiny little perfect world, which we call our tiny perfect earth space, then we see the vastness of the universal community. And I can't even imagine because I don't have a reference. But all I know is that it is bountiful and it is wonderful. And I'm really looking forward to it. So thanks very much, everybody, for your contribution and allowing me to present today.
Anyone else have a thought, a comment? Jacko, let's see if you want to come back in. Or anyone else? Again, important to join us later this month. Actually, I think it's this Friday, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And Mark, if I could just add one more thing, please, because a lot of us have had a long day because of the significance of the meetings today. And for those who weren't in attendance, what transpired was very significant because we did a poll and we found that there was this consensus. And you know, when you go to an election, you know, you try and get over 50% majority. Well, we had a consensus that was pushing between 70 and 80%. It was outstanding. And so what it means is that each of us was there individually. We all had our private IDs, our private connections, but we had a consensus, and that was the soul family in action. So today was a great day, and we needed to see that because Friday, we're going into the big leagues, and we have to go into the big leagues. We have the ticket. Thank you.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Jacko.
Ciao. Hoi. Alex, I want to thank you. Today you wrote in the Zoom, it's all about the connection, and it is exactly what we're heading for. In the Universal Council, we meet on a daily basis since about 3 weeks, and there's such an progress in the quality, in the amount of energies. I wrote it too in the Zoom. It was the last 2 evenings, 9 o'clock, was like a symphony of energies. And we need this all together, the connections, to have the strength to do this big job. And of course, the Universal Council is the place where we have the connection between the universal community and humanity. In fact, it is all souls interconnecting on a level that was never before. And that's why I really want to thank you all for all your parts you're doing. And as a group, we make it. And it's really wonderful to be part of that. So I really wanted to thank all. And the teachings, Alex, it is always beautiful. The details you bring up, people start thinking. I see it myself. You start to see it from another point of view. And then all of a sudden the questions come up, and with the questions, the road to the solutions. And that's exactly what we need. So again, thank you very much.
We thank the Universal Council. Thank you, Jacko.
And thank you, Jacko, yes.
We all do our best. And that's the beauty of the diversity. If everyone does his best on his place, on his point of view, on his field strength, then in totally, it functions. That's what Mr. Keshe always said. Look at totality. Don't look at the details. As a human, it's so often that we lose ourselves in the little details. But there are also the obstacles that block us from growing and from doing steps forward. So yeah, it's 1 week. Next Friday it will be, and I see forward to it. I don't have any expectations, but I know that what we did till now will make the way, the path to the possibilities for the future, and those road changing will happen on Friday. And isn't that beautiful to be part of it?
Jacko's Dean here. Thank you.
Hi, Dean.
Hi, Jacko. Hi, Jacko. So we have, you know, we've already set the intention, and with Mr. Keshe's fields and the fields of the Universal Council, yourself, and all the other beautiful knowledge seekers, the intention is set. You know, the direction, the creation is there. It's now just adding to it and expanding upon it and let it enhance and grow, and it will encompass all the souls that are present, and souls of physicality and the soul of man. And we always say the soul of man, but I always think about there's many other souls other than the soul of man.
Yes.
There are many other souls. So we use this terminology to teach man. However, Mr. Keshe's and this knowledge is reaching countless other souls in many other physicalities and other dimensions that are present with us. And all these souls are in a position to give to this this particular event that's about to take place, like all the other events we've had. And you know, from that very first initial thought that was from the Creator, bringing Mr. Keshe present onto the planet, and then becoming, you know, being that magnet that is then given us this, all of us is drawn us all in, and had us experience plasma, and from that tiny plasma, we're now in this position we're about to, we have created a field strength to elevate and give to the souls what we expect of the souls that that lead or govern us in physicality. However, we're going to be touching them on a plasmatic condition of the soul level, and we're going to explain to the soul, as a leader of ourselves, what we expect of another soul and how to act within our environment to bring a balanced peace in the physicality of man. So it's going to be a very monumentous and beautiful moment. And we already have this field strength. The Universal Council has positioned it and put it forward along with Mr. Keshe. And it's been added to by all the other souls present. And it's unlimited, and it can't be stopped. It's the universal flow. It's given unconditionally, and it brings about a balance. And it's like it'll deplete the energy from the other source. It will just it'll be, because it's very humble, it will go to the other source of energy and say, from a very humble position, this is what we expect, and it will draw out all the energy from the other one that has been taken. It's a very simple process. Thank you.
Yes. You remember last December when we were together in Linz? It started for me already 2020 when I was the first time in the design center. It is, if you're there, it's like a seed is planted, and these seeds now start to blossom, and these plants, these beautiful flowers that come, I call it, we will give those souls, we will met the odor of peace through these soul blossoms and soul flowers. and let's take a look if they can refuse that.
Wonderfully said. Thank you, Jacko. Yeah, that odor, that smell. Once they receive that smell, this work, the physicality. Well, it's not the physicality; it's the soul, and we know the soul will accept this this odor, this condition, this field strength, because it's from the Creator, and that is totally different. That touches the soul. Yeah.
Yes, it's up to us to trust in our souls, to trust in the way, to trust the technology, the knowledge we have. It comes together now, and now the creation starts creating, and we are part of this creator part.
Yeah, exactly, Jacko. Yeah. Dankeschön.
Danke dir.
Dean, Jacko, can we get a time check in Europe?
Yes, 23:58.
23:58.
Is that close to midnight?
Yes.
3 minutes to midnight. Yep. Yep.
I have night shift, you know, I don't bother.
Ah, good.
I stay up the next 6 hours.
Okay. I thought we'd spend a few more minutes with Mr. Keshe on this geomagnetic energy, which we're not really aware of, but this is one of the gifts he's perhaps taking to China. We know he's bringing feeding technology. We know he's going to be delivering defense technology. And now he said it's possible that they can bring this gift to China of tapping into the power plant at the core or the center of this planet, which we have no knowledge of, but Mr. Keshe knows how to tap into it. He was referring to about closing some of the coal-fired plants, and that the foundation would take a percentage of the GDP that's saved or increased. I don't know actually how that works. And Jefferson also has asked here if we could play this from the December of 21 that was subtitled in Portuguese language, around 5 minutes. Thank you, Alex, for the great trip. I think you're calling this Peace and the Rain Dance. Is that I had made a video, we submitted it to the television, it never got aired. I'll probably put it in the American Knowledge Team, but I think we had some pictures in there and so on and so forth. So we may see that, and you could actually add to your video that you made in the Portuguese language about the same topic.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson.
Hello, Alex. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Alex. Great trip, really. And it was edited. It was made, I think, 2 or 3 days ago by the group of volunteers in Brazil. And I was watching the teaching of the Alex. Sometimes he puts one of the pictures of the plasma energy turning inside our brain, and one side and another to another side. So when I saw this Indian raining and the teaching that it brings, it came together, both of them, because of the movements and the explanation that Mr. Keshe brought in this teaching. It is just is edited from the Keshe Brazil, I think. I think there is no advertisement, nothing. It's only the teaching. It's
Yes.
pretty well done, I think.
We saw this on Friday, didn't we?
Yes, that's it. They put on Friday on the Brazilian teaching. But if you think it's appropriate, it's I don't know. It just came as the teaching, the way that the plasmatic field comes from the earth. We cannot see, but it's the thunder then interacts with the clouds, and then we have the matter state thunder and rays that we can see from the top down. It's a very, very powerful teaching us, usual. Okay, that's all I like.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
As he said, if we can create rain with our emotions and through stamping on the earth and we're connected, we can also create the peace in the same manner. I think that was one of the lessons, but it's definitely a technology that was used. And if you get it right, as he said, you can create the rain as many civilizations have done. But he went on to further say, if we can do it with the rain, we can do it with the peace process in the same manner. So I think that was what was being conveyed there.
So does that mean that we have a peace dance? That would be nice.
That was the title of the video I made, Peace
Oh.
and Rain Dance.
Oh, okay. Good. I like them both.
So let's spend just a few minutes, Jefferson. We will bookmark this and keep it, or we could play it now. It's only 5 minutes, and then we'll spend another 10 minutes. If anyone has to leave, no problem. But let's see if we can just let me move this over here. We'll add one to it, and then if I can get to the chat here. See if we can, and again, this is from last, again, I'm not exactly sure, but we did cover this. Mr. Keshe actually explained this. I think it was Selena. Whoops. I think it was Selena who asked about this rain dance. Mr. Keshe came in and gave a very interesting explanation, and here is a version of it.
Take the screen, Mark.
Mark, might I just quickly ask you before you do that? If you changed any settings on your sound, because your voice is very low here. I don't know if it's whether it's my sound here or whether it's you, but your voice is reduced and it's difficult to hear you sometimes.
They're both there, and the volume is all the way up.
Yeah, but Mark, you do have a low volume. Have you liberated the automatic control of your microphone on Zoom?
No, I have it the same way I always have it.
Yeah, but they may have changed because there's what is called an automatic control of microphone.
A Zoom audio device. Yes, it's
Exactly.
checked. Yes, it's clicked. Yes,
it should, but you've got a very low volume. I use an amplifier here, so I can hear you perfectly, but I imagine people are having quite a bit of a trouble to listening to you.
Okay, well, let's listen to the video and not me.
And then when you put the
yes,
when you put what is it, the video in the beginning, that you normally have it a very high volume. You should put it about 50% of the volume.
Yeah, different audios are recorded at different strengths, so sometimes it's not easy, especially even within the same video, there's different sounds.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're doing the best we can with it. Okay, let's look at this. I titled this Peace and the Rain Dance, and they've done it a little differently. But let's enjoy this for 5 minutes. And then we'll go and hear Mr. Keshe describe another one of the gifts he's bringing to China besides the feeding and besides the defense technology.
Something with what just was said about Red Indians making a dance on the dirt and making the rain. Why does it happen? We maybe at that time couldn't explain. Maybe now with the knowledge we have, we can explain how correct they were and replicate it with what we call with the support of knowledge seekers and what we are endeavoring into to create the reign of peace and the negotiators. Scientifically, I explained this some times ago. I don't know if there is a recording of it somewhere around or somewhere, whatever time. The Red Indians with the rain dance have actually created a scientific motion and a notion for creating the what we call the condition for rain without them knowing. The body of the man contains water. The body of man, when beats the ground, creates a specific frequency which is connected with what his body is made, which is 95% water. Now we know scientifically that thunders or lightning, which is called, it starts from earth up, not from the cloud down. And when you can get a number of people dancing to a rhythm, which the same as what we call in homeopathic, the strength of the field of the water, because now it's not a hammer, it's the water which beats the ground. You can, if you get it right, create the energy release that is trying to reach the man, to reach the sky, to bring the condition of the cloud and rain. Scientifically, all of us we can do. If we get enough number of people, and if it's done with the right, what we call beat, as we call it, as we spoke last time on Thursday teaching, we create a condition of mono-energetic, which goes from ground up as it's trying to reach us. It reaches the sky, it collects the particles which can relay. And once you start one rain, the rest will follow. So scientifically, it is, with the knowledge we have, the Red Indians, knowingly or unknowingly, created that condition of the release of the energy from the earth up, which, as we know, leads to the creation of the lightning. But in that process, leads to creation of gathering of the moisture and the rain. They created the rain to come with their own dances for the frequency of the water. We understand homeopathy and how the energy is released. And then if you do it long enough, you can create the first energies from earth up, which then it leads to creation of the cloud and rain. And so now, if instead of the Red Indians doing the rain dance, the knowledge seekers do the peace dance with their soul and their thoughts, I'm sure the rain of peace will rain upon the Vienna team.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But we need it, and we need a lot of support. It's not going to be an easy job. And it's not going to be a day job. Once we reach it, then we have to establish the next steps, building up the trust, and it's a lot of work. This week, so yesterday, the day before, that You saw the headphone in the demonstration standing on the stand. Is actually just a stand. The headphone gets its energy from the generator on the other table. And I said, why don't we put the headphone directly on the unit? Why do we need a stand? It just when we bought the head units, they came that way. We use the same stand, but the transmission is taken out of it. The electrical transmission, because we don't use it, we don't need it. And I'm sure in the next few months and whatever, we start introducing the magnetic field producers as an energy transfer. It'll be done, and it'll be, this is the gift we'll take with us to China. If you can change the energy consumption production of China, don't forget they produce 1 coal power generation a week into operation for years. If we can, with the new technology, close 2/3 of them with physically correctly replacing them back with the plasma technology, we have brought China to meet its own commitment to what they call the carbon print. As I said to one of the world politicians in the past few days, if you give me the material in the power lines, once you don't need a power station because I'm not putting any more grid, I can feed the whole nation of yours. You understand? So the power transmission, the way we have got used to it, the way Tesla brought it back and gone to where it is, now with the new technology, it's not needed. We need one central station power generation, which is in the center of the earth, to feed the whole of the earth. We have not gained the knowledge. I have the knowledge, but then I become magician. We see this energy in the form of lightning and thunder. We need to know how to tap into it. We tapped in the thermal energy. We tapped into the water energy. We tapped in solar energy. But we haven't tapped to the essence of our own creation on this planet, which comes from the center of the earth. The magnetic fields, which we call it gravitational magnetic field, if you can tap into it, you don't need any power stations. Every unit is a station of power for itself, be it the light, the television, the fridge, your mobile. Geomagnetic electric power has not been tapped into by man, and our new systems are the step towards that way. Maybe if I get the right communication with the Chinese authorities in the next few weeks, we'll release that technology to China. In respect to their GDP transfer to the Foundation for Development. Which means China does not need to import any more coal from Australia and the rest of it. We don't need to burn fuel to transmit cars, transportation. Now with the electric cars, what are we doing? We are putting the power production in the background on the hills and nuclear power stations and the rest. We haven't solved the problem. We're creating more rubbish carbon fingerprint than when we're running the cars. So the only solution is to come through China. As one of the major industrial nations, application of it will go through the international, cycle.
Okay, I'm going to play our inaugural flight from June 6th, 2022. and then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Thank you all for bringing the change. Thank you all for being here, and we thank your souls as well for bringing you and guiding you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.